And I think we are indeed live. So, welcome everyone to the last round here for actually in MYASS. I'm gonna share the stream, of course, a little bit between other people, so just give me a moment. But you get the point, you get what's going on, and you get what's at stake. The entire championship, or what can be described as this championship of sorts, is at stake here. And we are here today for the final event of this whole thing. As I said before, just give me a moment that I'm spamming stuff between friends and whatnot, so that other people can see. There we go. Sending to other people. Let me just send to a friend of mine as well. And of course, let me just send it to the server of friends of mine who will likely just join, drop some random piece of lore during the race and just disappear. Anyway, any bloody way. Welcome to the final race of the season here in Le Mans, also known as the Circuit of Assetto. This is gonna be quite a difficult race, of course, for many people. Mainly not because it's a difficult track. I mean, I think Assetto is not really a difficult track by any means. It can be, though, of course, if you make it difficult for yourself. And it's still a track that requires, of course, a little bit of practice to get right. But at the same time, I feel like this is the kind of track that's gonna show you the different kind of skill driver will need, which is not just raw speed, of course, but it's gonna be the quality of endurance racing, which is, of course, keeping your pace up, a very good pace, of course, that is, thinking about strategies, and, of course, also thinking strategically about what's the right choice to make in every single moment of the race. Right now, of course, there's qualifying, a very long qualifying. We have an hour of qualifying this time, so no practice at all. I mean, of course, they had a little bit of practice before this, at least I hope so. And after this hour is over, people will line up on the start of the track, or the grid lineup, let's say, and start an entire 2-hour race, which is gonna end up showing us who is gonna be the fastest and, of course, the assess of this whole championship. This being said, of course, we can see Forever, which is the first guy who exited the pit lane, getting his tires warmed up, of course, and trying to get as much heat as possible into the tires, because of course, that's not easy to do. I hope my WhatsApp wasn't heard in the background, because that could be very well be the case, and I hope I actually didn't mute myself. No, I'm not. But as I said, temperature is going to be quite crucial. There's a lot of straight here in Le Mans, and for that reason, tires used to get, quite cold before the braking points. And for that exact reason, we can see people probably struggling during the first few laps after getting out of the pit lane, before actually then getting a little bit of pace into it. Also, there's Magna Leggero, who just joined, which didn't take part of the practice. Also, hi Stardust, I should remind you that I'm not racing, I'm just commentating the race, so it's not like I can really win for you. And that being said, as Forever is going, behind him there's also Lapter, which showed some quite impressive pace during the practice sessions, but same as Falcon, who is right behind him, who is another guy we should take a look at, because he's first of all leading the championship, which is quite important, and second and most importantly, he is a man on a mission who won a race already in this championship, and may pretty much win another one as well. Behind him, there's the protagonist of the other endurance race we had a long time ago, which was the Dragon Trail Double Dragon one, which is of course Hackbuster, who is, well, he showed a lot of pace during that race, and although I'm not sure of how his pace is around here, we shall take a look and hope for the best. Then of course we got the legend, the absolute menace that is Alex Baggio right behind, who also is very, very fast. And behind him are quite struggling really, but still valiant, let's say, Tits, who is trying to find some pace and trying to find a valid lap time before the start of this race. Then at the start of the straight, as we can see from, this point of view here, we got Adriet, who is another guy I would like to keep an eye on, because he is an interesting fella. He did a lot of practice, he has a lot of pace actually, and I feel like we can expect some surprise just by looking at him. Anyway, the last sector is done for Forever, and now he's gonna start his flying lap. Track limits are very harsh around here. You just get one invalidation and your entire lap is gone and dusted. And for that exact reason, of course, we got an entire hour of qualifying, because otherwise, if you did like 15 minutes of qualifying like we usually did, actually it was I think half an hour or less of qualifying, we would end up with, you know, quite a difficult situation where people would end up with invalidation and of course not enough time to start a lap. So like this, people can actually try and do their best to get some lap times in. Right now Forever and Lobter have a lap time in, of course, but it's not valid because it's just the out lap. And as they go into turn 1 with a little bit of a lockup, so still a little bit of cold tires, we can see how Forever is gonna tackle this first lap of qualifying, and also take a look at this circuit, of course, because I don't know how many of you know the track, the circuit of Lassat, but hopefully the one who does, the one who knows what this is all about, know that this track is quite interesting. Anyway, the first technical sector, which is the, let's say, stadium, although it's not really a stadium, is over, and now Forever goes into this main straight and decides now to just get down onto the gas up to the maximum speed of these Miatas, and of course into the first hard braking point of this entire straight, called the Mulsanne straight. As you can see maybe from the minimap, there are two main chicanes to take into consideration, which are this one and this one, which are a heavy braking point, and they're going to be the main, of course, point of contention for lap times, because either you exit those corners well, or either you lose a lot of time down the straight. As you can see, into the first one, kinda cautious on the entry, I gotta say, from Forever, and as he goes down onto the gas, he's not really attacking too hard, but he doesn't really need to, especially considering that probably the track will get better and better as time goes on. Behind him you can see also Lobter and then Falcon right behind, also chasing and trying to find some time. There's also a little bit of a gaggle I can see between Jason Short and maybe Darts, I'm not sure, I'm just looking still at the map, but at this point it's nothing too important, of course. It's a long qualifying, a lot of time to gain, a lot of time to find, and a lot of questions to be answered. One of which, of course, is the main question, which is what kind of strategy will we see in this race? Because people did a lot of practice runs, or at least I hope they did, and I did as well. I did my best, of course, to try and get some info in to get an idea on how the race may shape out in these 2 hours of racing. And although I have an idea, I'm pretty sure we're gonna be surprised, because for this specific race, the the tire wear and the fuel burn are lowered. You got 1.5 more, let's say, how can I say that, x per 1.5, let's say, tire wear increase, which means that you get a little bit more tire wear, but it's not as harsh as it usually was, because in past races it was around 2.2. And also we've got an entire 1.3 extra fuel burn, which is kind of the same of the race we've had in Dragon Trial Double Dragon. So sorry about, of course, my hiccups here and there. And for that reason, I did some practice runs. I expect this to be a 3-stopper, so likely we're gonna see 4 different stints. And my data suggests that usually a full fuel tank can allow you to do 8 laps around this track. And if we do the math, actually, let me just throw it to you, so maybe it's a little bit easier to understand. So just think about this. So full fuel is about 8 laps. So if we take into consideration that it's 120 minutes, and usually the laps times around here are around 4 minutes, 4 minutes and a half more likely, we're gonna likely see a difference where a race that's gonna be likely 27 laps long. So if we take into consideration that the race time is gonna be, of course, an entirety 27 laps, we can think about how we can, you know, use these 8 laps to make the entire strategy. So we can make, you know, 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8, but if you do that, of course, there's going to be a little bit of a surplus, because you're going to get more than 27 laps. So there are a lot of strategies that are available. There's like, I don't know, 6 plus 7, don't laugh, plus 7 plus 7, which is another kind of cool idea. Or, you know, if you do enough fuel saving or smart stuff, you can just come up with whatever you have in mind. Anyway, as you can see, Lobter clearly faster than Forever at this point in time, getting over the curb, and now onto the main finish straight. I think Falcon invalidated the lap behind, but right now 4:25 from Lobter, 4:30 from Forever, and as I said before, Falcon sadly I think got a track limit on the last path of the track. So as these two go side by side into turn 1, I don't expect a lot of battling right now because we're still in qualifying, so there's no real need to find and fight for the track position, we go maybe on board with Falcon to see if he can get actually a nice lap time, and of course if he can chase after the lads ahead. Another thing that has been changed for this race, although it's a minor thing, let's say, is the fact that the headlights for the cars are gonna be forced on from minute 0 to the end of the race, and there's no real reason to do that, except for the fact that people like Falcon and of course Titze are able to drive, of course, with full darkness and without the headlights, which is quite unknown how, but still, to avoid us on the broadcast to, you know, not see these cars, we force them on, so they kind of have to be seen in the middle of the night. So that's gonna be the main thing, let's say, around here. Anyway, Falcon getting closer to Forever, and Lobster also getting farther and farther. They get into the braking point, a little bit of lockups from everyone. But as they get out of the corner, I think Falcon may have a better exit, and yes, he does. He's gonna try around the outside. Forever is not gonna fight it. I mean, he could, but I don't think that's the main thing he kind of want to do. And as they go side by side through the Mulsanne Strait with this amazing cinematographic shot with all the 3 cars nearby, we go towards the second chicane, which is gonna be right around here. We can see Lobster braking, we can see Forever braking, we can see Falcon braking, and we can see also the first purple sectors from Lobster and of course Falcon. So the battle in qualifying is on, although there's still a lot of time left. And 30 minutes, 50 minutes, 1 hour of qualifying is gonna be around, I don't know, 14, maybe 14 laps around. So yeah, that's all they get to try and set the fastest lap time. And it's not gonna be as crucial as you may think, the qualifying around Le Mans, because it's a long race, of course, but at the same time there's also another small little thing that you're gonna notice, of course, when the race starts, which is how the cars are gonna start, which is not with a classical Le Mans, you know, rolling start. It's gonna be something else that you'll find out quite soon and quite amazingly by yourself. I'm gonna take a little bit of a breath, because of course I've been talking for quite a while, and take a look, of course, at our friend here, Falcon, as he drives towards the next corner, which is Indianapolis. Very technical corner. We're gonna take a look at it from the onboard. You have to take a little bit of a brake here, stay on the right as much as possible, and then brake, go down into 3rd gear, close the corner here, go towards the sun, and then for the next half of Indianapolis you brake right before this curb here, down to 2nd gear, rotate the car, get to the nice exit near the wall, and then of course you run towards the next corner, which is gonna be the Porsche's S's, which is one of the most difficult, in my opinion, section for this track, track and this car in particular, because of course that section, the S's, are made for high downforce cars, which these of course aren't. And as you can see, you have to lift quite a lot to make these corners work. And although you stay in 4th gear for the entirety of this section, at least I do, then you get here and you start to lift again, because otherwise you go straight, and then here you also have to brake, because otherwise you're gonna go straight, and that's not good, because you have to be on the right to be ready for the last part of this section, which is once again a left-hand side, which can end up with you out of the track, which is something you don't want, especially in qualifying. Now, towards the last chicane, another very crucial part, you can see very difficult braking point nearby the pit entry, and then you get into this last technical section of left and right-hander. Then you try not to go too wide, and as Lobster closes the lap but it's not improved, Falcon goes a bit faster and sets a 4:22.5 lap time. Now, who else do we have here? I think there's Hackpasser, who is closing up his lap time. He's not showing an improvement down there, but at the same time he has no lap time set, so we can kind of expect him to probably get at least an improvement from, you know, not having a lap time to actually having one. And as he goes through the last corner, he brakes very lightly, I gotta say, very smooth, and he gets onto the power to finish his lap time, which sounds like a 49, which is not really too impressive, but still it's a nice lap time to have on the board. We, for some reason, look at Maggio, but I think the next car on the line is Adriat, which, as I said before, is looking quite impressive or quite competitive. Let's see if he stays inside the track limits. It's not pushing too hard in this section, so likely he's not gonna set quite an impressive lap time as well, but there's still time. I mean, 44 minutes is of course a long ass session. So as he goes into this corner very aggressively over the curbs, then brakes, could be a better line, but he's gonna take that, and he's gonna, I think it's an invalidation, I'm not too sure. I'm gonna find out quite soon. Nope, it's a valid time, it's a 4:24, so still second fastest lap time yet, but of course there's a lot of time left to go. Then we got, of course, right behind Jason Short, getting through the line and setting a 7 minutes 36, so likely that was the outlap. Then right behind we got Tits, getting a little bit too much curb on the exit, but I think that's gonna be quite a good lap time. If it were valid, of course, because as you can see, it was not registered, so sadly for him, there's still a lot to learn. Now we got to Maggio. I cannot see the delta before actually downside, and he went too wide there, so likely we're not gonna see a valid lap time from him as well. We move back to, well, I would like to say Forever, but we got Lobder right behind him, who is also starting a flying lap because he was in the pit lane, and same for, of course, Falcon. So the only person behind who is still lapping and trying to get a fast lap time is, of course, Hackbuster. As we get, of course, a little bit of night creeping in here in Le Mans, which is going to be, of course, the theme also in the race. It's going to be, of course, a full 24-hour cycle simulated in 12 minutes, actually 120 minutes, which is, 2 hours. But at the same time, people are going to get a little bit of practice to get how much pace or everything they can get, of course, in this entire event. Now, as we can see, maybe actually let's go on board with Akimaster with the helmet cam. As you can see, the magnificent sunset in the sky. He moves towards one of the hardest corners in this track, which is this right-hander braking point, which leads to a very sharp and painful hairpin, which leads then to the run towards Indianapolis. And as you can see, a little bit of a wobble in the braking point, but he manages to get it quite nicely, and he's very smooth with the inputs, I got to say, which means that likely his tire consumption is gonna be nice, absolutely. And I hope to be that's the case, because I hope to see him get a nice result in this final race of the season, of course. Or at least more than the season of this entire ordeal, let's say. So, as he moves, as he gets towards Indianapolis, we take a look, we take a break, we take a breath, and we see how he tackles this technical corner very nicely on the right hand side, then brakes, stays on the right line, and exit very close to the gravel, but thankfully not over it, because that makes you lose a lot of time. I think you can actually extend the track limits a little bit more here, but I am in no position to actually criticize drivers around the of course. So he's still finding lap time, and I'm not sure where the second sector actually ends. It should be in a few moments time, likely, and we're gonna find out if of course that's going to be an improvement on his previous lap time. It is. It shows that it's plus 0.4 seconds behind, but I expect maybe there's still more time to find, if not on this lap, in maybe the next ones. And at the same time, you can see Forever and, of course, Laughter and Falcon right behind, starting now their next lap time. Actually, let's go to Forever, because he's finishing his lap. And I don't think it's improvement. Yes, it is, but it's not showing as registered, so likely he did not have a valid lap time. Lobster instead, starting now his lap time, and right behind we got Falcon in the same situation, cutting a little bit the track, but that's okay, because of course he didn't get, let's say, this was his out lap, so it makes sense. And as he starts his lap, we take a look at the capacitor to find out if he actually is improving his lap or if he's actually waiting to get another one in. It's an improvement, 428.5, and he moves up into P4. And as that happens, we move back to Jason Short, which I actually want to show you on board, because as you can see, he has the spaghetti robot, which is already something quite interesting to see. But another interesting thing I gotta let you notice, the fact that for some bloody reason, the interior of his car made out of wood. So if for some reason his car takes fire, ignites and gets on fire, that's not gonna help. But that's not something I gotta criticize. That's his choice, design choice to maybe make the car lighter, and I'm gonna respect that choice as well. Now, it's breaking point. Not sure if its lap time is valid or not. Very late breaking point this time, but it gets it right, I think. And now, into the last corner, as he locks in, we can see onto the main straight. Is it going to be an improvement? Is it going to be a valid lap time? Yes, it is. It's a 7:36.2, so it's not a valid lap time, so my bad on that. We move back, not towards Maggio, who is chasing after another guy right ahead, or it's that Darts, who went a little bit too wide, so sadly Darts won't get an improvement out of this lap time, although I think he's still yet to set a lap time in, really. We can see them both onto the braking zone. I think that Darts may be a little bit of a nuisance, and it is. That's a shame, because Maggio was going purple in first and second sector, and that's gonna, well, be painful, of course, because that's the last corner of this track, so yeah, not the happiest ending for his lap, of course, but there's still time, thankfully. There's still 38 minutes, so I'm pretty sure he's gonna find the time to pull out a nice little lap time. There's also a yellow flag. I think that's near Lobter. Not sure who spun. Maybe Adred? I think it was Adred. Yes, it was. Adred still currently P2, still finding time as the clocks ticks down, and still trying to find maybe a possible pole position lap time, which is, I mean, not likely, but still something you can fight for. Also, we got Hackbuster behind, improving the first sector, so that's already pretty good, if you ask me. And then we got Forever, also on a lap time, and also an improvement. And once again, with Lobter behind, chasing him. Lobter also improving on this lap time, but yet not purple lap time, so likely Falcon, who is still chasing. He's improving, but it's not a purple either, so I wonder if there's someone going actually that fast in Sector 1. Could that be Tits? No, it's not Tits. Could that be Jason Short? I'm not too sure, I don't think so. Let's see, onto the breaking point maybe. He improves and goes wide, so no improvement on this lap. And meanwhile, Thomas is ready, finally joins with 37 minutes left to go, and is ready to impress us. Now, we go back to Forever, as he's trying to finish his lap time. He's not improving in the second sector, actually I think it's a little bit behind. And as Lobter is getting closer and closer, we can see the last few technical corners of this track tackled by the expertise of the Italian driver, trying to get as much speed as possible through here, trying to keep the car on track as well. And as he goes now to the left, will he stay inside the track limits? I think it's not, so it's not going to be an improvement. I wonder if Lobter is going to be inside. Yes, he is. And now, into the last breaking point. Is Lobter going to be able to improve once again and maybe beat Adred on the line and start in P2, or even better, in P1? We're going to find out in 2 corners time. Into the left hand, then right hander here. Very crucial last corner. Is a little bit off, let's say, with the stability, but it goes through the line and improves into P2 with a 4:23.0, so very close to the pole lap time, but yet a little bit far yet. Isrit right behind. I cannot see the delta, so likely he's not on a push lap, but still, as Falcon actually improves and goes with a 21.6, so even faster than before. We can see Idrit now starting his lap, and behind him we got Hackbuster going actually into the pit lane, so no improvement for him just yet. We go instead back to Tits, who just invalidated, as we see him running wide on the exit of the Porsche S, which is of course very easy to do and very harsh to do as well. And we're gonna just let him start his lap time peacefully. We move instead back to Jason Short, also known as E, as he moves into the Porsche S as well. Then right behind him there's Darts, which is quite far away. And let's actually go on board with him, as his wooden car with spaghetti roll bus moves through the section and he goes wide, so invalidation for him as well. Frustrating, surely, but that's part of the game. Thankfully for them, in the race stream, track limits won't be as harsh as in qualifying. I mean, they're gonna be, of course, harsh. Everything is harsh here in this racing event, but thankfully, it's gonna be, you know, not that dramatic. It's not like race room where you invalidate the lap time and you get like a slowdown for going out of the track limits. Also, I'm happy to see the temperature fix itself. In the practice session, for some reason, it said that it was 0 degrees temperature, so now it's right and likely more raceable. And as that thankfully stays in the track limits, he's gonna be able to set actually a nice lap time. He's gonna be able to finish this qualifying run and get a time on the board, which is more than what he could actually hope for, really, considering that there are still people who have yet to set a lap time. He goes into the last section, very tidy on the exit. What time is it gonna be? Actually, it's not a very fast lap time, 4:32.9, so quite a slow one, but I'm pretty sure there's room for improvement, maybe some mistakes or some wobbles around the lap time, and something to fix, of course. We got then Maggio right behind, who I'm not sure if he's on a push lap or not. Likely not, because that's an invalidation, so likely he's gonna have to push a little bit more to get a lap on the board. So not really going too well for him at the time, but there's still a long time to go in this qualifying, so likely he's gonna figure this one out. Now, let's go actually on board with Adrian, with the helmet cam, to see his run through the night at Le Mans in qualifying, to see if he's able to actually find an improvement. He did surely in Sector 1, as you can see down below, not sure how much really. But now, as he moves towards the next big run towards Indianapolis, let's see how he tackles that very technical and difficult corner. He's gonna now take a little bit of a hint of a break, then turn right, very aggressive on the curb, and then not very good line, I gotta say, into the corner, but still that's gonna work. And, you know, lose maybe a little bit of tense, but nothing too bad. Now onto the brakes, down to second gear, get the rotation nicely, and then nicely on the gas. Then exit the corner, get a little bit of a wobble to maybe warm up the tires or something. And soon enough we're gonna find out if he improved into the second sector as well or not, which is right around here, the split. Let's see. Should be that thing here. Sadly it's not an improvement, but that's maybe due to how it tackled the entry into Indianapolis. Now into the Porsches. First into the right, then into the left, and it's a bit wide, close to the wall, but thankfully not touchy. And now he's gonna brake, let the car roll, and get actually a little bit more wide than he would have liked. So not really the greatest third sector, but now the real question is, he's gonna be inside the track limit? I think not. So sadly, no improvement likely for him. Behind him, Thomas is ready, getting ready for this event, getting ready for this push lap, so we're not gonna take a look at him just yet, because he's yet, of course, to do a lap time. We go to Lopter behind, who sets apparently a fastest sector 2, but still I cannot see how his lap time is going, and very big wobble in the entry of the Porsche's S. Right behind him, of course, Falcon, who also seems to be the man to beat at the time, and very aggressive entry from Lopter into the Porsches. Let's see if now, onto the left-hander, he's gonna be able to stay inside the track limits. Is he gonna be able to vary on the limit? I think it's right in, so we're gonna find out soon if that's an improvement. And maybe enough to challenge for pole position, although it's very far away at the time. So, at the braking point, last two corners. Not sure if the lap time is valid or not, but I assume it is. And now, as he goes into this left-hander, right onto the gas, what is it gonna be? It's sadly not an improvement. Behind him though, Falcon running, not sure either if it's improving or not. It didn't show on the HUD before, so likely it's not improving. But very aggressive onto the curbs, and now onto the last straight, he does not improve either. Next car on the line is Forever, who is being chased right now by Hackbuster, and I think that was Tits. Yes, it is, and he is pinning out at the Porsche's S's, so quite a difficult situation right now for him. But once again, there's still time, there's still 30 minutes, still a lot of time left to set a lap time, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna be able to maybe find something. Back to Forever. Forever now into the last few corners. I saw a car behind, but that should be, I think, number 4, so Hackbuster. So as he goes into the last chicane, very not much stable through there, but he is not improving. Back to Hackbuster behind, he's gonna be able to improve. Sadly not, dots right behind is the next car around the line, and that was very off shape, very big tank slapper, and he does not improve really. Actually he did, but not really too much, and it's now behind after that spin, trying to find another lap time. Behind them there's Alex Maggio, who once again goes wide into the Porsches, so that's another not valid lap time. So quite a crisis moment for Alex, and quite an intense moment for everyone, because there are still people who are finding the track limits very tricky around this French circuit of Le Mans. And as he goes, of course, very creatively, a little bit of flying, we move to the next car, which is Adriat. Not improving in Sector 1, but, you know, most of the time has to be found in Sector 2 and 3, as we saw from his previous run. So, let's find out if he's able to maybe do it or not. Behind him, instead, we got Thomas is ready, who, of course, is, you know, green in Sector 1, but that's because he doesn't have a previous lap time. And I'm quite curious to see what kind of lap time he can set, because he looks like quite a fast guy, so I expect him to be competitive in this entrance race as well. But anyway, we move back to Lotte as he goes through Indianapolis. And as he goes into this section here, actually, I think I'm gonna do something really silly now. Something quite stupid, to be honest, but I think you're gonna like it. It's a very silly idea I had before, so I'm gonna take out the photo mode. Actually, let's not do that like this. Let's do like this. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go and remove the track for a little while and search for photo modes. Should be here, I think. Real time setup. Nope. Photo. Where is it? Do you see photo mode? I cannot see it. Real time, race penalty, nope, pure planner. And just, of course, making shit up in the meanwhile. So, I mean, there's still a lot of time. 27 minutes, it's a lot. A long time. So I'm gonna just take a look here to see if I can find what I have in mind. Because if I can do, it's gonna be silly enough, I think. Where is it? Setup, nope. Real time, nope. Real penalty, nope. RSS, nope. Python, nope. Pure, nope. Position, no. Photo mode, there it is. So as we can see him getting a little bit off position, let's say, into the next session. I'm gonna put this one here for the time being, and then you're gonna see what silliness I have in mind for you. And trust me, it's gonna be quite silly. While they do their lap time, we're gonna move temporarily to our friend here, Thomas, which is not Thomas, it's Jason Short. Once again, I got it wrong. And there we go. As he moves here, I'm gonna do the silly thing and pretend I am a trackside camera looking at the cars going through Indianapolis. So as you can see, we got Forever here, getting through Indianapolis quite well on his push lap. Not too wide. And then, of course, we have Hackbuster right behind, chasing and possibly trying to find a way to gain time as well. Next up on the grid, we can see here our friend Dots trying once again to gain time, to maybe set a better lap time than the current one. And then right behind him, there's Tits, still struggling, of course, to get some lap time in. And then, of course, there's a big gap to the next car, who should be Alex Maggio. But we're gonna wait for him, of course. We are here on the track side, taking a little bit of a chilly look at the night sky. Look at nice. That's nice, I gotta say. I can almost feel the chill of what this should be an endurance race. And as we move maybe a little bit more to the side, you know, no commissars here, so if someone crashes around Indianapolis, it's fucking over. And what the fuck is this? Wait a minute. This is interesting, I gotta say. Oh wait, there's Maggio coming. There it is. So Maggio also getting some time in, pushing very hard on the braking point, and then running away. But now, I mean, we're gonna take a look away from the qualifying, because what the fuck is this? This is a big pile of dirt, I gotta say. Which is, well, interesting to see. I'm not sure how this got here, how this even got here, because this road looks, you know, not really well made, but I mean, that's part of how France is, I guess. And yeah, we are here, running away from the track. And who's gonna stop me now? No one, of course. So where's Le Mans? I'm not sure. That's concerning. Secours le piste. Okay, that makes sense. And this is the famous Hexrop. Yeah, that makes sense as well. Anyway, yeah, we are here. And the night is quite dark, and no one is passing through this corner. NASCAR should be 8red. We're gonna wait for him as well. Then of course I'm gonna go back to the usual, let's say, qualifying graphic, because, you know, let's be honest, this is a little silly from my point of view. And as Lobter actually disconnects and hopefully comes back soon enough, and as 24 minutes are just left for the start of the race, we can see Maggio final setting at 22.0, so second place for him. Finally got a lap time through, and I think there's a car coming through. Likely it's the number 3, which is Idred. Yes, there it is, as we expected. And he goes through Indianapolis as well, brakes, gets on the curb, and then of course exit the corner very quickly to then disappear into the night. What a nice little fella. Run, boy, be free. And as he goes away, we turn ourselves to the right to see the next car, which should be Thomas is ready. And there it is, as expected. Getting to the left-hand side, braking for the curb, and then of course moving into, well, a quite wide exit, hopefully a valid one, but still a very interesting one. Then, as you can see from the minimap, there's a big train coming, so I'm quite curious to wait for them, because I would like to see them here from the trackside border all together, because I feel like that's gonna be interesting. So yeah, a little bit of a chilly time. We can take our tea, take some water, take something to eat, sit down here on the cold tarmac, let's say, take a look at this magnificent cone geometry we have here. Absolutely diabolical, I gotta say. With also the blue signs, which actually shine in darkness. Amazing stuff, I gotta say. Very technological. And as we wait, actually I'm gonna take a little bit of a look at the chart from the championship. Nope, there's nothing new, thankfully. So, the cars are getting towards Indianapolis, so we're gonna see them soon. Number 8 is leading, so Jason Short is the one we're gonna see first into this section. And here they come right now. We can see Jason. Then right behind him we got Forever, going a little bit slower, I gotta say, than Hackbuster. Then we wait for the next car, which is not gonna be too far away, of course, as they move into the next section. There's, of course, Tits. Right behind him there's Magna Leggero, which has not really been seen so far, but there we are. We can finally look at him, and MasterChef in all his absolute glory. And then as we move to the right hand side, we got the current pole sitter, Falcon, just running as cleanly and chilly as possible. And now, as he disappears into the night as well, into that little bit of a hillside we got there, we can just close photo mode and move back into our broadcast position. So sorry for the little parenthesis, I think it was a little bit of a funny little experience to make. And as Shorts gets hopefully into the track limits, I'm not too sure. He's gonna finish the lap time quite soon. And let's have a look if that's an improvement or not. He brakes, he turns left, he turns right, then once again left and right on twice. He gets very clearly inside the track limits, and he finishes the lap with a 4:31.8. First valid lap time he has done. So nicely done. Lobter is back, Hackbuster is back into the pit lane, and now we got Falcon trying. Actually, I think there's Tits also ahead, likely. No, Tits is actually starting the lap, so I kinda missed him. We go back to Falcon, because I wonder if he's actually improving his lap time or just wondering. The answer is nope, of course. But there's also Magna Leggero right behind, very inside the track limit, but around the track, and of course with no valid lap time. So track limit struck once again. Now back to darts. The next car on the, let's say, finishing order, who should get to the finishing line. As you can see, he's yet to find Indianapolis, our favorite corner at this point. And as he moves into the braking point, he gets the car quite nicely stopped, but not too much on the limit. And then once again brakes into this corner here, getting the car very close to the ground. and then onto the exit towards the run towards the Porsche's S's. I wonder, are we gonna see other surprises here, or is this gonna be pretty much it? Because of course 421 is a very difficult time to beat. To give you some context, I did, as I said before, a lot of laps to test out strategies and everything for this round, and I wasn't able to go below the 423 if I'm correct. So you know, 421 is not only impressive, but it's something I cannot clearly beat. So that being said, we're gonna see possibly a battle of gods, a battle between Falcon, Alex, and Lobter, and also Adrian. I wouldn't really consider him out of the fight, but also I would not consider everyone else out of the fight, because we know that, especially in this kind of endurance races, if you don't have the pace to race for the race win, at least on pure pace, you can still fight with the strategy, and strategy can be quite crucial, as we've seen before in different races. Now, as Darts goes towards the last corner, he stays inside the track limits, and he's gonna be able to improve. The answer is nope, because he's starting his lap time now. So we move back to Alex Maggio instead, who is right behind, and let's go actually on board with him to see how he tackles this next section, which is gonna be the Porsche's S. Behind him there's also Tits, which I hope is getting a valid lap time in, because otherwise I'm kinda, you know, hoping not to be in the voice chat, because Tits tends to get a little mad when things don't go right, so I expect that chat to be quietly compromised of, you know, screams in anger and what's not really. But let's not think about that for now, and think about instead of Alex Maggio, who is staying inside the track limits just about. Very careful, I gotta say. Doesn't look like a very pushy lap, to be completely honest, but that's not the point here on Le Mans. And as he gets into the braking point, get a little bit too much on the curb, I think, and not too sure, but gets a very nice first half of the corner, and then the second half, I think it was a lot cautious, so I don't think that's gonna be a valid lap time, or either a lap time at all. So yeah, he starts the lap, and that's about it for him. We go instead on board with Tits into this last section. Hopefully it did not invalidate, I hope for him, but considering I'm not seeing the delta below, I think we're gonna see another lap time void for him, so with no real end. And as he brakes very late, he goes a little bit on the curb, but still manages to keep the car pointing in the right direction, and he is of course starting his lap time. So once again, no lap loss for track limits for him. We move back to Forever instead, who is instead improving his lap time, at least in Sector 2, fall right behind by, I think that was Jason Shaw. I could recognize the spaghettis on his car. And as he gets toward the last few corners, he's gonna brake, turn, and of course then brake again quite soon, right here, to then turn, and possibly stay inside the track limits. I think it was in track limits, not too sure. And that's an improvement, 28.7. Of course, still a little bit far away from the top times, but still an improvement. It's not something you can really, you know, say that you don't like. Falcon surely is not improving this lap time as he cut the last corner, and we move back instead to Hackbuster, who is still searching for lap time, although P5 is a very nice position, but he gets a little bit wide on that corner. Not too sure if that's valid, so we move instead back to Adrian, right behind, and behind him there's also Leggero, who is still searching for a valid lap time as well. So into the last section, the penultimate and ultimate corner of this track. They all brake, they all take their time, and he goes a bit too wide, and pretty sure that's not too good for him. And of course he does not produce a valid lap time. Leggero right behind. Looks like this is a valid lap time, although it's a very slow one if that's true. And it's not either valid, so 427.6 is not the kind of lap time he could put in because of track limits. We move instead to Thomas is Ready, who seems yet to be not able to find a valid lap time just of yet. So he's struggling as well to stay inside the track limits. And as you can see, giving an entire hour of qualifying is turning out to be quite a wise decision, because people are struggling, and this is working both as a qualifying session of course, but also as a practice session, which could be what some of these drivers may need, of course, to get, of course, as much, let's say, as invalidates once again, as much of practice and you know, possibly good driving as possible. So as Thomas, we know that he's not gonna be able to produce a valid lap time. We move back to Darts, who is instead, I think that was inside the track limits, not too sure. We're gonna find out soon if that's valid. I hope it is. He goes into the braking point for the last few corners. Here it is. Braking, as Falcon actually improves in Sector 1, so we're gonna take a look at him quite soon. He's close to number 8 and number 6, so Jason Short and Forever, and as Darts loses completely the car on the last corner, he's gonna be able to improve. That's a good lap time, I gotta say. Yes, he does, and he moves into P5 with a 4:27.3. Fantastic lap time from him. Now, we move back to Maggio, who is not improving, as instead Falcon is in the first sector, and yeah, Maggio is not improving in the second sector either. So let's move to our current pole sitter, Falcon, and let's go on board with him to see how he tackles the next section. First sector was a purple sector 1. Let's see if he's able to actually keep the pace up and possibly improve sector 2 and 3 as well. That's gonna be a big ask, of course. But if he's gonna be able to do that, then I don't think anyone is gonna be able to stop him from taking pole position. Big fighting, of course, is gonna await him in the next 2 hours. In just 13 minutes. 30 minutes and something, of course. We gotta wait for the race start. He messes up a little bit the entry of Indianapolis, I think, but still it's nothing too bad. Right ahead of him, I can see a car. I think that's Jason Short. Yeah, I can recognize the red rims. And now, as he exits Indianapolis, let's have a look at what kind of split he's putting in Sector 2. Let's hear the amazing engine of the Miata screaming through the night. There we go, here's the split. It's not an improvement, sadly, but still could be an improvement on this last sector, so all relies on these few corners. A bit wide into the first half, has to lift a little bit, but is able to keep the car turning in the right direction, and now he has to take a little bit of a break here, which is needed to be able to take this corner correctly. And then here he's gonna be hoping to stay inside the track limits, and inside the track limit he is quite nicely. And so, as we wait for Forever and Jason Short to finish their lap time right ahead, as you can see them here, we wait for him to brake, turning to the left, turning to the right, and then once again brake and go into the left once again. For the last corner, very much on the limit. Is it gonna be enough to improve? I think not. I think yes, just a bit, of 21.5. So of course not the biggest improvement he could have expected, but yet better than nothing. Then we move to Adrian and Hackbuster, who are still chasing and try to find time, as Adrian invalidates once again right behind. Let's have a look if Hackbuster is able to maybe improve, although the first and second sector doesn't really seem to be showing any sign of improvement just of yet. Into the last chicane, he moves, and at the time actually we got Maggio having an improvement in sector 1 faster than Falcon. Let's have a look at him. Let's have a look at Maggio, just out of the second Mulsanne corner, and now moving towards the heavy braking point of the corner, which has no name. At least I think it doesn't. Let me have a little bit of a search, because I'm not sure of how the corners are named around Le Mans, so I'm gonna just search about it for the time being. So let's see, Le Mans corner names. Not in English, possibly. I would like to have them in French, because of course I speak French. The language of the French. That is Le Cornet. Let's say, no, it's not called like that. I was actually joking. If I can actually see the images, thanks to Google Images. Can I see them? Virage de Mulsanne. That's the name of the corner. Alright, I'm gonna pretend that's the right name, of course. Anyway, back to Maggio as he goes towards Indianapolis. Let's see if he's gonna be able to carry the speed of that first amazing sector. Now, into the left-hander. Very close to the limit. Yeah, and nicely inside of it. Nice onto the second half of Indianapolis. Nicely onto the curb. And nicely on the exit. Very stable on the rear, which is very important with these cars. Now, he holds his breath towards what's gonna be the split for this second sector. Is it gonna be green? Is it gonna be purple? Is it gonna be yellow? The answer is purple once again. So Maggio setting a very fast lap time in these dying minutes of the session. He goes into the S's. A little bit wide in the first half, but that's alright. Then on the limit, close the wall. Then onto the left hand side. Then right hand side, taking a little bit of a break to be able to stay close to the right racing line. Then he lifts, goes through this section. He's gonna be able to stay inside the track limits. Yes, he is. And now into the last few corners of these tracks. Is it gonna be enough to get pole position? 4:21.5 is the lap time to beat. Onto the brakes. Left, then right. Then brakes and then once again left and right. Close to the limit, still inside of it. Is it gonna be enough? Yes, it is. 4:20.2. One hell of a lap time, and he beats the current pole time by more than a second. That's a proof of dominance, if I have seen one. Meanwhile, Falcon is not really able to improve, but mainly because he has Tit right ahead, yet not able to set valid lap time, so he's still struggling. Same thing with Thomas, and same thing with Magnaleggero. So, a lot of struggling people, a lot of people who likely didn't get enough practice in the past few days, and who are struggling to find a way to get something onto the leaderboard. There's a lot of pressure, of course, from the Gulf-flavored Miata of Falcon, chasing after the right Corsa of Tits. I wonder if Falcon is gonna be, you know, comprehensive, or yeah, he's gonna have to wait for him to go wide and possibly start one of the, you know, penultimate lap he can actually set, because with 7 minutes left on the clock, I feel like he has probably just 2 laps to find possibly something to set onto the leaderboard. And if he doesn't, then he's likely gonna be able to start from either P9, 10 or 11, which are of course the only places where no times have been set just of yet. I'm gonna take a quick break, take a bottle of water here with me, because this is gonna be a long one, and of course come back to you for the final 7 minutes of qualifying quite soon. And here I am. Sorry, of course, if I left the place for a little while, but it's gonna be a tough one to commentate, mainly because, of course, it's gonna be a long race, and, you know, keeping concentration for so long is gonna be just as difficult. And we go back here to see maybe if Thomas is able to get a lap time in. Looks like he is. It looks like it's a valid lap time, considering the finger, you know, below. And as he goes through the last sector, he's gonna be able to put a time on the leaderboard and maybe get Tits to start from a lower position even more. Let's have a look. He is, and what a lap time! 4:24.2. He moves up into P4, and he's gonna start near the top guys. So another menace to consider in this race. While Tits instead is still struggling, but at least on a valid lap, at least for now. He sets a nice sector 1. Very loose on the rear into this specific corner, which is of course the second Mulsanne chicane. And now he moves towards the next corner, which I searched right before how it's called, but I forgot once again, so I'm just gonna call it the Mulsanne hairpin. And as it takes now possibly a nice breaking point. We're gonna see if he's gonna be able to do it. Very hard braking. A little bit of a lockup, but that's okay. And that should be, oh, not too good, but still should be valid, hopefully. So yeah, a very scruffy lap yet, but still, he should have yet another chance after this one. So likely, I mean, I hope he's able to put at least one lap on the leaderboard first, and then of course maybe improving it. But we'll have a look at that later, because behind we got Lopter also running, but not able to improve. And behind him, Thomas, trying to get some time in. Not sure how it's going, because of course we'll see after he turns after the first split, which is soon enough. And right behind him we see Hackbuster and Leggero. I can see you cutting the corner, which is something you should not do during the race without lifting. Hopefully they're gonna lift if that happens, but I'm gonna keep a keen eye on that, because if that happens, we got, you know, air-to-surface missiles ready to destroy those Miatas in the case that happens. Anyway, back to Jason Short, which is with his wooden spaghetti-livered car on the inside, taking corners, such as the famous Porsche's S. Braking, trying to stay as close as possible to the right, taking a little bit of grass in the process, and now going wide because he forgot the corner. So, not a valid lap time for him. We go instead towards Falcon, right behind, doing this section, but more likely behind him. I'm quite curious to see if Tits is going to be able to finish his lap time, which is probably most important. Through this section, is going to stay inside? Sadly, not. And that is another lap time he cannot put on the leaderboard. So he has to have one last chance to possibly start from a different position from P10. Which, as you will see soon, it's really not the end of the world, but it's going to be quite dramatic if it's gonna start like this. And well, it's surely not the best start for the lap either, but we all hope for him, as this was a 425.9, so possibly he would have qualified P6, I guess. Yep, he would. Back to the grind, back to the race, and back to the Lopter. As he finishes his lap time, he improves in sector 2. I wonder, is it gonna be able to improve also the last sector and maybe go up ahead of Falcon, as he's been trying for quite a while. He goes into the last chicane, very clean, I gotta say. And now, as he goes down to the gas, he's closing at 23.0, but sadly, just about not enough to improve. Back to Thomas, improving Sector 1. He's gonna be able to improve Sector 2 as well. Looks like he is. He's gonna be able to improve actually Sector 3 as well. We're gonna find out quite soon. Actually, let's go on board with the helmet cam to have a look if he's gonna be able to do that. Or if he's gonna have to, you know, wait and likely not do that. I hope for him that he is, because he's looking quite a nice lap time. It's nice to see an improvement, of course. So, into the very difficult corner of the Porsche S. Very close to the limit, but still inside of it. And now, he's gonna have to try and conclude the lap to see if he's gonna be able to stay or improve his position for the time being. Into the last chicane. Heavy braking point. Nicely on the racing line. One last braking point. Then right, then left. Into the track limits, thankfully. And it looks like a very big improvement, because he overtakes Lopter and goes into P3 with a 422.9. As Hackbuster, right behind, gets the position over Darts. Right behind them, Darts may be able to answer. It doesn't look like so from the deltas, but let's see. On the last corner he goes a little bit too wide, and sadly for him I think that's gonna be about it, and he's gonna likely start from P7 this race. Now we move back to Falcon instead, who is indeed trying to improve his lap time, and I can see Tits is from the pit lane, so likely he's not gonna set a lap time in, so he's gonna start either from P10 or P11, so sad day for him, but I'm sure the pace is going to be there to possibly fight back, or at least I hope for him. And as Falcon tries to fight back onto the Maggio, as the last 20 seconds of qualifying ticks down, we wait to see who's going to be ahead of everyone. I mean, Maggio looks quite strong at the time being, but never say never. Falcon now moving towards the famous Indianapolis corner we've seen quite a lot before. And as he runs through the night, as the times finally runs out and we get ready for the race start, we can see him finally getting through Indianapolis, very hard braking point. Now to the left and inside the track limits quite nicely. Then here he brakes and goes instead to the right now. He is nicely inside of it, and now he runs towards the Porsche S. Next car on the line is the P11, which should be Leggero, if I remember correctly. Yes, he is. Then we got Hackbuster, should be Darts, and then Thomas is ready as the last car on the line to reach possibly the finish line for the end of qualifying. So Falcon improves in the second sector, looks still behind his personal best, but still there's time to try and get some other tenths out of his lap time. Very conservative through the Porsche's S's, but maybe that's just the look of it. And as he moves towards the end, we're just gonna wonder, he's gonna stay inside the track limits or he's gonna struggle. Very quick change of direction, and he's, I think, out. I'm not too sure about it though. Let's have a look though, because now, on the last braking point, he's not conceding, he's not lifting, and as he goes through the last section, he's gonna be able to maybe find a little bit more time. Doesn't look so, but let's have a look. Maybe it's an improvement, maybe not. It is, but not enough to gain back pole position. So 421.3, that's gonna be enough for P2, which is gonna be starting position. Then we move to Leggero, who just exited the entirety of Indianapolis and now trying to get towards the end of the lap and trying to get, of course, a lap time in, which is valid, but I don't see the delta, so I may be thinking that this lap time may be invalid as well. I'm still gonna keep an eye on him, maybe to give him a little bit of a spotlight, but also just to have a look at him. But yeah, that doesn't look really too competitive as a racing line. And he does not seem to be pushing at all. Let's have a look at the actual telemetry. He's actually pushing with the throttle, but he's in 5th gear, which is a gear too high for this section. So he's not getting the drive he should, and that's gonna cost him quite a lot. So while he finishes his lap, although I don't think it's valid, we move back into the positions here. We got Thomas, Hackbuster right behind, and also, of course, our friend Darts, who is trying to improve, although once again I don't see the delta, so likely these may not be a valid lap time. Let's wait for them all to finish their run though, to be completely sure. As 3 AM strikes Indianapolis, strike this track, Darts makes sure that his lap time is not valid this time out, and we see as Thomas is ready, gets through the Porsche chassis, but hit the wall very hard, and Hackbuster actually, I think, got back into the pit lane. We wait then for Thomas is ready to finish his lap time, although once again I don't see the deltas, so I feel like this is likely not a valid lap time, and now we have the certainty that it's not. So he is going towards the last section, hopefully going into the pit lane at this point, because it's not a valid lap time. Doesn't seem so. Yes, he is. So into the pit lane. I hope that Darts is following him as well. Yes, he is. So as they get, yeah, a very problematic pit lane entry, which could be very much a problem in the race if that happens, of course. And then, as he gets back in the right way, we wait all together for the start of the race, which is going to be in a few moments' time. Take a quick break, lights. Think about this. It's going to be 2 hours of consecutive racing. People are going to get mad. And by mad, I mean like they're going to be crazy at the end of this. I'm going to help, of course, and try to get into the pit lane as well. I don't think that's going to help at all, but it was worthwhile trying. And as we wait, we actually do something that should not be done. We get our Pagani to do something. No, actually, let's go back to the pit lane. So my bad on that. It was just something silly I wanted to do. Anyway, as Thomas is for some reason moving, maybe just got scared by the safety car, we wait for the start of this race all together. Well, Thomas actually getting us some show, some drifting. That's surely one way to get the tires warm, surely. Especially considering how hard it's gonna be to get the tires warm in this race. But here it is, moving, schmalugling. And as we wait for the race commissars to say, hey, we should start maybe this. We should be hopefully soon enough. hopefully. We see as he decides to drop the car into the gravel and then go back to the pit lane. As we wait for the race start. Actually, I'm gonna take a little bit of a look at the timings to see when this gonna start. It's been 5 minutes since the end of qualifying, and likely soon enough we're gonna see the start of the race, hopefully. I wonder if anyone is wondering the same thing in the chat. Hopefully it is. Hopefully it's not. We're gonna find out soon though. And as we wait, I'm gonna take the live timing by myself in the background to give you a current grid rundown of the starting grid, which is gonna be, of course, for the race that's gonna start in a few moments. As they say, Bombardrillo Coccodrillo in the chat. Hello, Mr. Racca. We have a look. Manuel Leggero seems to be starting from the back of the grid in P11. Then we got Tits in P10 with no valid lap time set. Then we got Jason Short with a 429.1, followed by Forever with a 428.7. Right ahead of him in P7, we got a 426.1 for Darts. Right behind Heckbuster in P6 with a 425.8. Right behind Adrid with a 424.6 in P5. Then we got the top 4, which are Lopter with a 423.0 starting from P4. Then Thomas starting instead from P3 with a 422.9. And then of course we got Falcon starting from P2 with a 421.3. Right behind the pole sitter and current, I would like to say race leader, but it's not yet the race leader, 420.2, which is the current pole lap time. Meanwhile, Virus says, as a wise man once said, we're gonna find out soon what exactly said. Maybe there's still time, and hopefully there is. Hopefully. I wonder when we're gonna start the race, because it's taking quite a while. Actually, I wonder if actually they're writing on the chat as well. That's a little bit of something I should actually have a check. And I think I'm gonna check that, because, of course, what did I do? There's a Egodo written from Alex Maggio, and also a lot of not very kind words from him, mainly because of stuff that likely happened during qualifying. But thankfully, everything is fine. And 7 minutes have passed, and yet no sign for the race start. I'm gonna just ask, of course, our host, which is of course Forever, if I should do that. If I should just move to the next section. Just asking real quick, because I wasn't expecting the time to be ticking this slowly. Actually, Lopter just disconnected, which is not nice, I gotta say. Hopefully gets back quite soon, before the race start. He was starting in a very nice position with a 423. He's able to start from P4, which is close to the top dogs, of course. And as I'm waiting to have no, actually it says nope. Why don't we move to the next session? What does it says? Oh, there we go. We got the countdown. Okay, so it was a big wait, but now we are ready for the start of this incredible sprint race. I hope that our friend Lopter gets back into the server as soon as possible, because otherwise he's gonna miss the start, and that's of course not very nice. But I see him right behind, so likely got back in. Actually, let's see. Lopter has left. Lopter has left. Lopter is back. So yeah, the Lopter is in, and as the Lopter is in, we have already seen the race grid for the race start, and now there's just 2 hours waiting between us and the race winner, and likely the MYASS champion of this championship. Now we take a deep breath and we wait 40 more seconds, because you know we haven't waited enough. But that's I guess it's more of an issue of mine, because I just set up the server myself for this event, so I just probably put at 0 too much into the wait time. So my bad on that, lads. But hopefully you are patient enough, just like me, because I'm not a patient man at all. But that's okay. That is okie dokie. 15 seconds, and then we are ready for the race. Actually, let's make it 10. Or maybe more. Or maybe less. Let's make it actually 0. And there we go. 1 minute and 55 seconds to the race start. And the grid is one of the most cursed thing you've ever seen in your entire life. They're not gonna start with a rolling start. They're not gonna start in the normal way. They're gonna start like it's a MotoGP race here with the Miatas. And we got, of course, for some reason it says that Falcon is ahead of Maggio, but Maggio is more ahead of him, so yeah, it's likely a little bit of a timing error. But then, of course, we got Lopter, Thomas, Adrian, Akbast, Darts, Forever, Tits, Jason Short, and Magna Leggero, everyone in some kind of place of some capacity, so quite an interesting starting grid, of course. And with 1 minute left to the start of this event, as Lopter I just seen brought, he almost left the race completely for mistake. We wait 1 more minute for the race to start. So yeah, waiting, and waiting. But you know, good things all eventually come if you're patient enough. 13 kilometers of length for this track, 15 meters of elevation, and 1 potential winner. As Jason Short actually disconnects right before the race start, that's a little bit of a drama. He has 40 seconds to join back, or otherwise is gonna be quite in a world of hurt for this race. I hope he's gonna join back, because that's gonna be hurtful if he doesn't. But we wait 20 more seconds, hopefully for him to join back. I'm not sure if you're gonna see Jason back. Hopefully he is. That's not the right way to start a 2 hours race, of course. But there we go. 10 more seconds. I don't think he's gonna be able to join back in time. And as the 4 red lights get on, they go off, and the race here in Le Mans, the 2 hours of Le Mans, is off. Very nice start from Falcon. Right behind him, we got Alex Maggio, who got not such a good start as well, and near him, I think Lopter managed to get ahead. Right behind, we can see instead Thomas is ready, losing a position, and then of course a fight between Hackbuster and Tits into turn 1. They're gonna be of course ready for this. They're also gonna go into turn 1 as close as possible to each other. A little bit of 2x2 for many of the drivers, but no contact and no harm done. And as Hackbuster moves down, there's Forever having a little bit of a mistake, but we move back to Falcon actually leading the race. Right behind him Lopter, then we got Alex Maggio, Thomas, and right behind him Tits, who finally got a nice start. And from the bad start he had, we now have Buster and Adrian getting towards the first sector and doing as much as possible to try and get into position for the nice section of the battle. We move instead towards Tits, because now as we get towards the Mulsanne Strait, he has hopefully a nice run, but at the same time I think Alex Maggio is attacking Lopter and possibly moving into P2 quite soon, as at the same time we can see Tits right behind going side by side with of course our friend Thomas, as all the drivers behind are also trying to find some times. And Darts I think made a big mistake because he's down into P9 and quite far away from the rest of the group. Meanwhile, as Alex Maggio managed to get ahead, we got of course the fight between Tits and Thomas is ready, which is gonna go towards the breaking point for the first hairpin. Sorry, the first, let's say, chicane for this track, and somehow Thomas is able to stay ahead. But now we move back to Lopter, who is able to get a fucking better exit. Sorry, I got the fucking because I read the chat, and there's Jason Short, which is not really happy for something that has happened. So sadly a DNS for him, but that's okay, as we get a side-by-side action between Lopter and of course Alex Maggio, and a bit of door banging for some reason, as Tits and Thomas is ready are also fighting in the background to try and get into position. These are the closest fight we got, and there's a 2x2 for every single corner. And as Lopter gets the corner wrong, Alex Maggio manages to get the corner instead right, and as Thomas manages to get ahead, I wonder if Lopter is gonna lose the positions. Yes, he has, and he is losing ahead of time. So 2 hours of racing, and the first lap is not going quite well for most of the drivers. At the same time, we can see Darts also darting ahead, and Hackbuster having a lot of trouble here and moving quite slowly. Actually, a lot of drivers moving slowly. Forever as well. Something has happened. I'm not sure what really. But as they move, we can see now Alex Maggio, Thomas, and Tits all together moving towards the next section, and we can see a lot of people getting wide through this section, but the first 4 are all together. And now as Darts is chasing after our friend Lopter right behind, we can see Alex Maggio chasing after Falcon and trying his absolute best to possibly get into first position as soon as possible. So all 4 of them pushing to the absolute limit, and the top 4 ready to get into some action quite soon. So we got a little bit of a close fight, a close pack right behind here, and we can see Hackbuster also getting overtaken by Adrid right behind. And we're gonna take a look at him like this, because we're gonna stay instead with this for the Battle for P3, and at the same time, of course, the Battle for P1, because Alex Maggio is chasing and possibly getting closer to Falcon as well. All the while, instead, Lobter, with his current bad start, he's gonna have to try and find a way to get back close to these lads right here. I think there was an overtake, actually. It's Hackbuster getting no, actually, it's nothing. I got it wrong. I thought it went wide, but it's not the case. So we move instead back to the battle for the lead, because we're gonna take a look at that and keep this instead on the left-hand side to see if he's able to catch and possibly overtake Thomas is ready in the next few parts of the race. The race is long, of course. Still 1 hour and 56 minutes left to go. And as this first lap is done and dusted, we wait to see if Alex is able to close by. In the Porsche S, he's able quite well to keep it close and possibly get even closer and possibly a better exit. He's very close through this section, very confident on the brakes and very confident here into this next left-hander. He's going to be able to possibly mount a maneuver or an attack into the chicane at the end of the track. That's the big question we're going to ask ourselves. In the meanwhile, there's also a battle between Adrian and Hackbuster, but we're going to keep, of course, our eyes on the battle for the lead, because here Alex seems to have the upper hand in this section, and as he takes a little bit of very defensive driving, actually he's waiting, he stopped completely on track. What the hell happened? Why did Alex Maggio decide to cede the position? I'm not too sure, but he falls back down to P4, so weird stuff is happening here. Not too sure how or why, but as Maggio concedes a lot of places, we move towards the second lap of the race. So weird start for all of this. And as Maggio now is back into P4, we move back towards States as he's chasing after Thomas is ready, and as Falcon is instead running away in P1. I'm not sure, we're gonna of course ask at the end of the race what happened exactly for that weird occurring, let's say. But now he's back, he's pushing once again, and into the first few corners he's gonna try and of course chase after a friend here, Tits, as he gets now towards the Mulsanne Straight. Both very much on the limit, trying not to go too wide. They go maybe a little bit, but they're still inside the track limits. And now Alex, with a better exit, may be able to attack the right Corsa. We also take a look at Dejred, which is attacking Hackbuster right behind. We're gonna keep him on the left-hand side to see. And as he loses the rear a little bit, there's a little bit of a lag spike, which can be dangerous for some drivers, of course. But that's not what we should concern about for now. We should take a look instead at these 3 drivers trying to keep position in the top 4. Strategy, of course, is gonna be a big ask, and ooh, but what a big slide from Alex Maggio, who was very close to losing the car, but thankfully no harm done, and now is gonna try and stay behind Tits for this entire straight once again. All the while Thomas is taking the occasion to run away, still far away, 4.3 seconds from the race leader, which is of course Falcon. Interesting race start, I gotta say. Interesting race start. In the meanwhile, Adrian chasing after Hackbuster, but still not able to close and overtake him just as yet. So the top 10 is just as you see. Of course, we got one less car because he did not start the race, but that's okay, I gotta say. And ooh, a mistake from Alex. See him drop a little bit behind after this second corner. And while that happens, we take a look instead at Lopter, who is still trying to chase after these lads. And then of course we got Darts also trying to find a way through and get close to the lads ahead. Back to Maggio, of course. Let's actually go on board with him to see if he's able to maybe do something. In the meanwhile, Adrian finally managed to overtake Hackbuster. I think maybe Hackbuster did a mistake because he's losing half of times. And while that happens, we move back to see if Maggio is going to be able to close back to Tits. Right now, he's not. Tits actually managed to close back the gap to Thomas. And so, he's getting back towards 1.10 seconds behind P2. Is he gonna be able to overtake him? That's something that only time can tell, of course. Only time will tell, and he has a little bit of an interesting moment here, I gotta say. Not too sure how or why that happened, but yeah, very weird stuff happening around this track for the time being. Not really sure what or how this is happening, but as Tits is trying now to chase after Thomas after that silly little mistake. He runs to the right after Indianapolis and tries now to chase after P2. The gap is 1.05, actually got a little bit of a better exit out of Indianapolis. And let's actually take a look at Thomas. We cannot tell how of course the fuel is for every car. We expected to see a lap time at least once every 8 laps or less or more, depending of course on the strategies. But they wouldn't really exclude people trying to do something silly during the race as well. Meanwhile, this is of course the closest battle we've got on track. Let's actually go on board with the rear view window of Thomas, as Tits is actually finding some quite nice, let's say, pace through the Porsche S. And now as he goes towards the last few corners, he's gonna be able to actually do something, maybe attack. I think it's a little bit too far away. I mean, half a second is still a nice little gap, but I think it's gonna be a little bit too aggressive to try something here. They both go nicely through this section, and there's a big cut from him and a big mistake from Tits, which is gonna be likely what's gonna cause Alex to get back through quite easily. So interesting situation here. I feel like likely it's that Thomas was trying to get the position back. There's a little bit of a big misunderstanding, and now Tits is back into P4 as Maggio instead is up into P number 2. So interesting situation here happening. And as Maggio now runs away, we can see Thomas right behind, having a big task in his hands to try and catch back up to Maggio, because otherwise, if he runs away, that's gonna be quite a big issue. Instead, Lopter now finds Tates right ahead, just 1.5 actually seconds ahead, and in striking range, I gotta say. Still, once again, strategy yet to be played, and with just 3 laps done, the race is still long, of course, 1 hour and 50 left to go. And Darts is not really that far away from this group either. He's right here, and he's in P6 and possibly chasing for a higher position if anything happens right ahead. Meanwhile, though, we move back to the closest battle we got, because Alex seems to be running away and possibly has the big ask to try and close up a 7 seconds gap between him and Falcon in the next few laps. But we see as Lopter is now trying to get closer and closer and closer to Tits, to maybe try and overtake him as soon as possible. Of course, if Tits, of course, he wants to be overtaken, because I feel like he kinda has the pace to possibly run away and get stuff done. I have a little bit of I have a theory on what's going on here, but I don't think like that's the case, because I don't think we left the default Assetto Corsa's penalties on, because that would explain why people completely came to a full stop after corner cutting, but that would be a little bit too silly, and I'm pretty sure I didn't let them on. So if that happened, I'm gonna find out soon after the race, and if that's the case, then I highly apologize, because that would be quite an anticlimactic ending of the race or to the championship. And Tits with a big rear snap. Now he's under pressure quite harshly from Lopter. At the same time, Thomas also managed to go back into 1.4 seconds behind Alex Maggio. We have a look at him on the top left while that happens. So, as Tits now is running towards the big breaking point with Lopter quite close behind, and of course quite ready to try and do something with him. There's a big lock up from Tits, which is not gonna help with his coast, and I think Lopter is gonna have the run quite easily, and with a big overspeed, he is gonna be able to get side by side with him, and before any breaking point, he's ahead, and very well up into P4, and now chasing after Thomas and Alex right ahead. So as the two of them move towards the next corner, which is gonna be, of course, the famous Indianapolis, we see if maybe Tits has something in store for him, if he can actually find a way to outbrake him, or maybe out-exit him to get more speed. Into the Indianapolis, both to the breaking point. Tits trying to have a look, hopefully nothing too aggressive. Thankfully it is not anything aggressive. He's gonna try and dive, yes he is, into the breaking point. Aggressive maneuver from him to try and get the inside, but I think Lopter is gonna try and get the exit, but he's not able to get onto the gas early enough. And so he loses the place once again and has to concede the position for the time being. Let's go on board with him, actually with the other on board. He's very close. Hopefully there's no lag spike like it happened in Okayama. and towards the Porsche's S's. That's gonna be quite a task to try and overtake him there. He decides to brake early and get patient enough to not end up in a crash, and both of them are gonna go straight onto the limit of grip through this section, close to the wall as well. Very nice shot of both cars getting as fast as possible through there. And in the meanwhile, Thomas is now 1 second behind Alex Maggio, but that's none of our concern for the time being, because the battle here is raging on, and Lobter goes a little bit wide, but manages to stay close to Tits, but not close enough possibly to attack into this section. The lights turn on here in Le Mans. It's 18:04, which is not the right way to say the time, but I don't care. And the night is starting to fall here in France, and there's a situation, I think that was possibly big slap from from Lobter. I was looking at the Thomas is ready on board, and there was a car stopped, but I think that's likely a bug from the disconnection from Jason Short earlier. So now, as we can see, Lobter is falling back, and Thomas, sadly, I think made a mistake, because he's now 5.1 seconds behind our friend Alex. And does Lobter now try desperately to get maybe some grip, something, to get close to Tits? Tits is able to not concede any pressure and run away here in the sunset. We take a look behind. Also, there's Adrian running alone. I'm not sure if he's actually chasing or actually catching Darts. I haven't really seen the gap, but thankfully for him, this is a quiet race from his point of view. He's 3 seconds behind Darts and 7 seconds ahead of Akbaster. So likely, in this current position, he's going to be able to possibly relax and take his time to think about this strategy he wants to employ in the next part of the race. In the meanwhile, Falcon is able to extend this gap to 8.8 seconds from Alex Maggio. And while the night falls, we can see as Lobter is trying to stay close to Tits, and Tits is able to run away slightly on the Mulsanne straight. So currently, the main battle we can see on track are Forever versus Akbasta, Lobter versus Tits, there's Thomas versus Alex, although Alex seems to have the edge for the time being. And of course, there's also the battle for the lead between Falcon and, of course, Alex Maggio, which seems to be a little bit more difficult and favoring the German driver for the time being. Now, I think Lobter got a better exit. The gap is currently 0.68, now 69, so likely not a better exit, but still is keeping track with Tits, and likely he wants to help him chase and possibly get a position on Thomas is ready in the next few parts of the race. They are both fighting for a possible podium, and I'm quite sure that both of them want it. And there's, that was very close from Lobter, very close and very close to contact, but thankfully no harm done. And now onto the second straight, he's gonna be able to maybe try something. I think maybe on the braking point for the big moves that happen. He's getting a little bit farther and away, so Tits got a better exit out of that corner, but I think he may be trying to be aggressive onto the braking point. That's a possibility. We're gonna have a look soon though. He's gonna be able to try mount an attack. Likely not. Now we gotta wonder if both got the corner right, but Tits doesn't get it right in the right way. And so, once again, they're both side by side, and Lobter gets rightfully ahead of the Italian driver. So both of them switch places once again and are chasing each other towards Indianapolis. I wonder, is Tits gonna be able to fight back once again into Indianapolis? That's a very close gap. Tits has to be very aware of what happens when you close this gap and, you know, chase a car this close in this game. So he has a look on the left, on the right, and then onto the brake for this Indianapolis corner. Both on the limit. Let's see if Tits tries something. No, he decides not to. Yes, he does instead, and he loses the car. And that's why I told you that you don't really have to do that. For some reason, Lobter decides to wait for him, which I feel like it's a little bit harsh because he didn't really do anything wrong. So this allows for Thomas to run away, and at the same time for Darts to join this battle and now fight possibly for a P4, although I feel like that was not necessary from Lobter's point of view to slow down because of these crashes. But I feel like they really just want to have some will to will for the next 2 hours and something, so that is likely why he did that. So while this happens, of course, Falcon and Alex still running as fast as possible, and Alex is just not able to close up the gap just of yet. And while Darts joins this fight now, we can see Adrian is not that far away behind, and likely because of the mistake from Darts' point of view, he may be able to close in just a little bit more for the next part. So, While the gap now from P number 4 to P3 extends to 10 seconds, which are gonna sound like an eternity for both of them, Falcon sets a 4:23.0 and seems to be still controlling this race as best as possible from his point of view. Now, into the braking point, we can see all of them braking, turning first on the left, then onto the right, then of course once again onto the left, and onto the right, very much on the limit for Tits, but manages to keep it on the track instead of what Darts actually does. And I have a feeling there's the default penalties on, because that would explain why Darts has braked that much. And if that has happened, well, then I highly apologize, because that was not onto the plan. And this is making this race quite a lot more weird than I would have liked. I actually wonder if I actually did, because if I did, then that's really, really weird and really bad to see at, bad to look at. So yeah, that is not what I wanted from this race, but I guess that's what happened when you don't test hard enough. So I have just to apologize from my point of view. We move back to the battle, of course, for P4 in this, well, not so exciting at this point, I gotta say, race. And we can see Tits and Lobter chasing each other and trying once again to find a way to fight for the next positions. The gap getting bigger and bigger, and Alex finally able to chase and maybe get a little bit closer to Falcon. I just wonder, did I really get the thing on? I'm gonna have a look at the event details in the background while this happens, so have a look at that, of course. We got pickup mode, yes, wait time, pit time, race gas penalty is on for some reason. I swear to God it was not on when I turned on the Saba, but for some bloody reason Assetto Corsa turned it on, so now all the drivers have 2 hours of absolute pain, because at every single track limits they're gonna have to brake, and that is not what I had in mind for this race. So this is absolutely horrible. Absolute horrible, and pain for the next hour and 40 worth of racing. Oh man, that is not what I had in mind. That is absolutely horrible, and we're gonna have to survive this entire thing altogether. So as we take a look, as all the drivers have to sadly survive the horrible Assetto Corsa penalty system, which for some unknown reason has been turned on, and I swear I checked it was off when we saved the setting for the Saba. We wait and see to see if maybe the position will change, or we get anything possibly more exciting in the next few parts of the race, because this was not expected to happen, and this is turning out to be quite a horrible experience for everyone involved, really. Anyway, back to us. We got Lopta, we got Tits. Battle for P4 is this one. Then we got Thomas is ready, running by himself here in P3. And then, as he's running, we got Alex Maggio in P2, 7.2 seconds behind Falcon. And then, of course, in P1, Falcon just running away and keeping a nice little gap from P2, although it's rightly visible right behind him. So maybe the battle for P1 may still be on, although a little bit less exciting than I would have liked due to the current situation. And as Lopter gets possibly a slowdown, the battle between these two gets, of course, closer, behind, actually below a second. And we can see if into the night this is able maybe to close back into the back of the British driver right ahead. Instead behind, we can see Edred got ahead of Darts, possibly when the big mischief happened. And Darts now in P7, trying to get some gap in and possibly get a nice little race strategy on for the entirety of the race. We move back to Tits to see if he's able to close the gap up, to find that fine-tuned limit between pushing and not going outside the track limits, which is, once again, as I said, horrible, considering how this works in Assetto Corsa. But as you can see, through the S section, as Falcon does a 4:22.5, so supreme lap time, we can see a little bit of a wobble and track limit, of course, for our friend Lopter. And as Alex Maggio actually answers with a 4:21.7, they both go into the last corner. And Tits, I think, had a track limit there, not sure. I think that was not the best way to get that done. Yes, he does. So he has to suffer the worst penalty he has to see in his entire life and lose a half of time from the car ahead. All the while, instead, Edred doesn't have to do that and can rightfully chase after him right behind. What a painful experience. This is not what I had in mind at all. And that is gonna completely ruin this entire thing and make this a miserable experience for everyone. We're gonna remember this as the terrible MYASS final race accident, the incident that made all of this terrible experience. Back to the battles we have. Everyone is quite spared, really. There's a big gaps for everyone. We got, of course, Hackbuster in P8, then Forever in P9, and then, of course, Magna Leggero very far away in P10. But mainly, the race leader still Falcon, followed by Alex Maggio, who is still pushing and trying to close back those 7 seconds of gap. Then, 13 seconds behind, we got Thomas is Ready, pushing and trying to keep a nice little car width between him and Lobter behind, which is, 7 seconds behind, so it's not really that close, actually 6.9 seconds. And then, of course, still 6.9 seconds between them and Tits right behind, who is also chasing and also possibly suffering the track limits curse, as we all seen. Edred at the same time pushing, but not too hard. I feel like he's trying to do something silly. And then behind, closer, we got Darts and Hackbuster, which are quite close behind and close to each other. So the battle from P1 to P8 is, well, not too close really between each driver, but surely is gonna have some battle for position during this entire hour and a half waiting for us before the end of the race. So we take a look, of course, at the closest gap we have, which is, of course, Hackbuster to Darts. And as we wait, of course, for Darts to possibly get closer to possibly Edred, we wonder how the strategies are gonna play out. We are close, I think, to seeing the first stops happening, possibly either on this lap or the next one, which is something I can expect from a strategy point of view. And with that being said, we go maybe on board with a friend Hackbuster here in the night at Le Mans to see if he's able to make a dent, to push and not push, to stay confident and, yeah, do everything. The terrible, horrible, no good, very bad MYASS race, you could say. Yeah, that's the worst that could have happened, really. And that's just on me. I shouldn't have done this. I should have checked stuff before starting the race. But yeah, this is likely all my fault, so that's all I can say. I will just possibly apologize to every single driver at the end of this event, because that's all I have to do, really. That being said, Hackbuster still chasing after Darts, and Darts still chasing as Lobter disconnected. So we lost a driver in quite a dramatic fashion. I wonder, it was a disconnection or what? Lobter is actually writing in the chat, so not sure what happened, but surely nothing too good, because this means the battle for P3 we had, actually battle for P4 between him and Tits, ends quite dramatically. And I'm gonna update you soon on what happened to Lobter as we look instead at Tits as it runs towards the end of this lap. At the same time, Alex Maggio is able to close up the gap, and now it's 6 seconds behind. So yeah, Lobter simply said that he's hungry, tired, and has to go to the toilet, and simply is not, it's not gonna be here to suffer for the entirety of this race. So while Maggio instead decides to hammer down another lap time, we can see him getting closer and closer towards Falcon. So at least the battle for the lead is still on. And as we enter this lap here, I wonder, is anyone gonna go into the pit lane? Thomas is still racing and staying out, and Tits is the first one to blink and go into the pit lane. So let's see, as he tackles the terrible pit entry of Le Mans, he moves into the entry of the pit lane and gets his first pit stop done. Edred, right behind, decides to go ahead. Darts right behind stays off as well. Then we got Hackbuster staying out as well. And Forever doesn't seem to go into the pit lane as well. Magna Leggero is a little bit too far away to take a look at. And so let's have a look on how Tits is gonna tackle his pit stop. Down into the pit lane. We wait for him to see if that's gonna help him to close possibly the gap towards Thomas is Ready right ahead. Now we move back to Alex Maggio, as he is, of course, running and possibly getting closer and closer to the race leader. Hello, Lopter. First of all, sorry to hear that you are not finishing the race, which is a shame. And at the same time, as I said before, apologize because the entire cat corner penalty, which Assetto Corsa has for default, was not disabled for error, so that's on my side and was not intended for this race. So I apologize for all the pain you had to go through for this short stint of the race. So my bad on that, of course. That being said, nice to have you in the chat, of course. And as the race goes on, as we progress, we are moving towards the classical race distance for a classical endurance race of MYASS. As Maggio is now 4.9 seconds behind Falcon and closing. Actually 5 seconds now, so the gap is kinda fluctuating a little bit, but as I said before, it's very nicely and very possible that the gap is gonna get closer and closer. It was 8 seconds a few laps ago and now it's 5 seconds. And I expect, once again, possibly some of them to go into the pit lane quite soon because the fuel is running short likely. Could also be possible that Falcon may be starting to do some lift and coast to try and get to the pit lane. That's also a possibility, but very hard to tell for the time being if he's gonna be able to do that or if that's just pure guessing. Meanwhile, Tits got out of the pit lane and is chasing after forever right ahead with one less stop, of course, compared to him. And while that happens, we move back, of course, to the leader to see what he's gonna do, and of course if that's gonna, get things differently into this race. As they go towards the left-hander of Indianapolis, staying inside the track limits nicely, thankfully, and then onto the braking point for the next right-hander, both of them chasing each other like cat and mouse through the night, as we head towards 10 PM, almost here in Le Mans. We see as the gold-livered Miata is running and trying to get as far away as possible from the other cars. Currently, Falcon and Maggio, the closest driver we had. Then we got Thomas is ready, 18 seconds behind this lead group. And then of course we got 24 seconds between them and Deidrid, which is just in P4. And hopefully fighting for a better position as well. As they go into this S section once again. And I hear Jason Short having a big crash out in the background. We can see Falcon moving now into the end of the lap. And let's have a look if he's gonna actually go into the pit lane or wait another lap. Hard to tell from the point of view of the spectator, but seems like he is pitting. So as expected, he has a very big lockup and goes onto the gravel. That's not gonna help, of course, his cause, and I think Maggio is also pitting as well, yes, right behind him. And this is gonna be crucial for both of them. So a battle in the pit lane between the gold-livered car and the Italia team from Alex Maggio. Let's have a look at both of them, because this is gonna be quite crucial, as of course we also got Thomas is ready right behind, who's likely gonna go into the pit lane as well. We have a look, of course, behind, as he seems to be getting into the pit lane. Yes, he is, and Maggio stops, and I think he's into the pit lane. Thomas is not into the pit lane, actually. He's gonna extend one more lap. Is Deidrid instead gonna go ahead and extend, or is he gonna go into the pit lane? Not sure. I'm gonna take a look instead at the two drivers, and they go out of the pit lane now, just behind Thomas is ready. So is Maggio gonna be able to stay ahead of Deidrid? Yes, quite nicely, gotta say. So as they go here, Deidrid is now through the last corner. I wonder, is Darts going to the pit lane? Yes, he is. Is Akbuster going to the pit lane? No, he is not. So two extenders here. While Forever, the next car on the line, he's now pushing to go into the pit lane and pushing a little bit too hard, I gotta say. While Tits, right behind, finally is able to find some clean track and move ahead into possibly some more position that he lost, of course, by doing the pit stop. Let's see, should move at least ahead of Darts and Forever for the time being, and of course he's gonna have to chase after our friend Hackbuster, which is, I think, 10 or possibly more seconds ahead, 13 seconds ahead. So yeah, as other drivers get out of the pit lane, we move back to Alex Maggio, who closed back the gap up to 3 seconds in the pit phase, and now he's closer than ever to our friend here, Falcon. Both of them, of course, chasing after Thomas is ready, who is still extending his lap, and I wonder if that's gonna be part of a strategy we are not yet seen in this race. Let's have a look. Let's keep our eyes on Falcon, because right now I think this is the strategic battle we are having a look at, which I feel like may be, of course, the very essence, let's say, of this endurance. Alex getting closer again, 2.8 seconds, as close as he's ever been to the leader, and they expect possibly a wheel-to-wheel to be happening quite soon. Either that, or it's gonna be trying to overtake him into the pit lane in the next stop, which is another possibility, of course, but I don't expect this to be happening really quite soon. Of course, the gap between each driver is quite spread out, but that's to be expected a little bit for how this works. And so, as Alex now moves and follows ever so closer Falcon, we wonder if the 6.9 seconds ahead Thomas is gonna stop and go into the pit lane, or if maybe he just forgot to go into the pit lane and he is in big trouble. I think not, because we've seen other drivers think about doing the same thing, so likely he has a plan. And we have to wait just 1 hour and 20 minutes to find out what kind of plan it is exactly. So, as he drives towards Indianapolis once again, we take a look at the closest battle we got on track. So back to our friend here, Falcon, followed by Alex Maggio right behind. The menacing Italian team getting closer to the German one. The liveried Miata getting a bit wide here, but still able to move into the Indianapolis corner quite nicely. And then the Italian one, the Alex Maggio's one, right behind, trying his absolute best to leave no chance for Falcon to get this championship. If you're wondering, currently the point standings sees Falcon P1, and then of course a lot of points between them and then Alex Maggio, which is far behind for many DNFs and of course races that he has not started. So this is a clash of the titans, of course, to decide the title, although I feel like it's a little bit more decided than we may think right here. So, as we go towards the Porsche's S's, this is the point where Maggio showed to be the strongest. We see if Maggio is able actually to close to the back of Falcon, or if he's gonna be right there. I think he is, because it was 2 seconds, now it's 1.8, and I wonder if from the exit of this corner it's gonna be even less. For the time being, it seems like so, but I think Maggio actually made possibly a little bit of a mistake, and now he's back to 1.8. I mean, he gained a little bit, he lost a little bit, but in the end he managed to get closer, so that's surely to his advantage. In the meanwhile, Thomas finally getting into the pit lane as he moves right ahead of our, let's say, trustworthy cameraman. We can see as Falcon goes through the last corners and starts another lap with a very close Alex Maggio right behind him. 10 p.m. and a half here in France, and the race is still long, and there's a lot of time left to go. 1 hour and 24 minutes to the end of the race. Very long endurance, and as Falcon breaks for T1, gets very nice line, a very aggressive one into the second half. I wonder if that's legal. Apparently it is, but Maggio ever so closer, gets closer and closer. In the meanwhile, also Akbaster goes into the pit lane right here, so I think he's gonna, of course, lose places once again. Adrian gets very close onto the pit exit and manages to overtake for the time being Thomas. Thomas, though, is fighting back, so a little bit of side-by-side on the pit exit, but I think Adrian may be able to stay ahead of Thomas is ready. Adrian actually is yet to pit, I gotta say, so very interesting situation here. And we take a look at Tits to see if he's able to actually beat on the pit exit. Akbaster seems like so. I wonder where Akbaster actually is. I think it's exiting the pit, only hard to tell, of course, from the onboard, as hard as it is to see, of course. But as now these two here are running away, we move to see the battle for the lead. For the time being, we keep, of course, this look on Thomas is ready on the left-hand side. I mean, it's hard to tell really what's happening, but we're gonna have a look at this one, because the battle for the lead is getting very, very close, and we may have to wonder how this is gonna end. Of course, I'm gonna take a look, of course, at Thomas and Adrian as well, because that's quite an interesting situation as well. And yeah, we got 2 battles on track at the same time. And while the gap here is still 1 second, I think I'm gonna move to Thomas, because here Hadrian has made a little bit of a big mistake, and I think he's gonna have to lift because of the terrible Assetto Corsa penalty. And so he loses the position to Thomas, and because of this, he drops back down to P4. But no harm done. Now, back of course to battle for the lead. We got Alex 1.1 seconds behind our friend Falcon, and Falcon still running strong. I'm not sure what kind of lap times they are putting in. Let's have a look at that maybe. They are currently racing in the 22s or 21, so impressive lap times from the leaders, of course. But actually that was the best lap. Let's have a look actually at the current lap time. I will be able to look at that. It was 49.47, but that's because it was the outlap, so not hammed on. And Alex gets a little bit wide out of the exit of that hairpin, but is yet able to stay close to our leader. So another battle happening is Darts versus Hackbuster, 2.0 seconds. So the battle for P6 is also on, right behind. But still, a lot of things happening, although they may look invisible to the driver's eyes. And still a long time left to go. We've seen the first pit stop for many drivers, and there are a lot of drivers who actually are yet to pit. So I just wonder if there are drivers who are trying to possibly lift and coast, save fuel, to try and do one less stop compared to other drivers. If that's the case for maybe Adrian, that's gonna work for him to get him at least up to P4 for the time being. But that's gonna be a big ask, because people like this are pushing flat out and likely may be able to close up that 23-second gap in the you know, running of an entire hour and a half, which is what's left in this race. So while this battle still rages on, we take a look of course at this interesting lad here, Adrian, because he's still running, and I feel like he may be trying to do the strategy I said before, likely one less stop. And I just wonder if that's gonna be what he's gonna try to play. If we go on board with him, actually, let's stay on board with him. Let's have a look to hear if he's actually saving fuel, he's trying to do lift and coast, or what's not. We move towards the famous Porsche S's. Actually, we should take a look at the leaders. So I'm gonna switch back from him, because I think here Alex is able to move below a second. We'll have a look at this in the meanwhile. And maybe keep an eye on Adrian on the left hand side. I mean, trying to do that, because of course there's no light for some reason. And as Maggio goes very aggressive on the exit, he's now below the second. And the battle for the lead is now currently, finally, fully on. Who is gonna be able to fight the best? 2 people running like hell, and 2 Hellraiser ready to lit the track on fire. As they move towards turn 1 and turn 2, they now go downhill below the Dunlop bridge, and they move towards the next section. In the meanwhile, Adrian is into the pit lane, so very long stint from him. And as Alex is now closing more and more and more to Falcon, I wonder if it's gonna be able to get a good enough exit out of here to be able to challenge the German driver for the breaking point of the first chicane. It looks like he is. He's getting closer. This may be the battle we were looking for. As Adrian of course drops down for the pit stops, we can see Alex getting closer to the leader, taking a look at him, as the leader actually indicates him that he doesn't want to fight. He moves to the left hand side of the track, brakes, and doesn't fight him. Decides that it's not worth losing time in a fight with him, and allows him to get through quite easily. So Alex Maggio takes politely the lead of the race, and now has to run away from Falcon, who seems to maybe be able to try and stay close to him. That's gonna be hard to tell, of course, from point of view. But this is the current situation. With a little bit of weaving through the straight, we can see for the time being Alex Maggio leading the race, with Falcon right behind, staying close, and then of course a little bit far away, but we've seen him just right behind. We saw, of course, Thomas is ready, getting his lap time done and fighting for the time being for P3. So, out we go. Alex still putting off some nice lap times consistently, and Falcon, of course, at the same time, is keeping close and trying not to lose him. for the time being. Very long race left, of course, a lot of time left, and everything is yet to be decided. In the meanwhile, Adrian, with his strategy, is now up to P5, right behind Tits. I mean, right behind, 11 seconds behind him, but still in the middle of this fight. And as these two drivers here have a little bit of a lockup, they both race into the night and try to run away as fast as possible. Of course, this is the closest battle we got on track, which I mean is still the fight for the lead, so it's something, at least. But of course, the whole penalty thing ruined what could have been possibly a race full of battles and possibly more and more interesting stuff happening. But it is what it is. As I said before, I'm gonna apologize later on to all the drivers when it's all over. And with that being said, of course, we take a look. We take le look, as we say, to Maggio, as he extends his gap to 1.2 seconds to Falcon and runs faster through the night towards what could possibly be the final win of MYASS of this entire championship. So right now, for the gaps, we got Alex Maggio, then Falcon, very close behind. Then Thomas is ready, racing alone in P3, because he's 26 seconds behind the leaders and 23 seconds ahead of Tits, which is of course in P4. Then we got Adrian, racing his strategy in P5, followed 5 seconds by Hackbuster and Darts in P7, and then 8 seconds behind we got this guy here, Forever, who is well more than 99 and something seconds ahead of Manuel Leggero, who is still struggling to get some pace in, which is completely understandable, to be completely honest. The only problem with this, of course, is the fact that Alex Maggio and Falcon, for how fast they're running, they're gonna be likely be lapping him quite soon, as midnight strikes Le Mans. And as we are here in the middle of the night, you can see Alex running through the last corners, extending his gap almost to 2 seconds to Falcon, and now running away with what could possibly, if nothing bad happens of course, be a very easy race win. Into the braking point, goes onto the left hand side, then the right hander, and we go on board with him as we go towards the Dunlop bridge. The night is still young, of course. There's a lot of dark time ahead before the sunrise, which is going to happen at around 6 AM, possibly 7 AM, which, if you're wondering, is you can see on the top left part of the screen. And as it goes towards the Mulsanne, quite easily, even on the exit, we can see Falcon becoming smaller and smaller in the rear view mirror, so possibly waving a little bit of a white flag for the time being to the current race leader, and hoping that in all of this he's gonna be able to possibly commit a mistake and allow him to get closer in the next few parts. Possibly traffic is what he's hoping for, because of course, as I said before, there's Manuel Leggero right ahead, who's gonna be possibly a little bit of a nuisance for them. But that's still to be seen. 1 hour and 14 minutes, I'm just wondering. The first pit stop was around, what was that, 30 minutes into the race, so possibly we could see the second round of pit stop around 1 hour left into the race. Hard to tell, of course, from this point of view, but it's likely the possible situation. We're gonna, of course, have to wait and see for that to happen. While these two run away as fast as possible, we go to Manuel Leggero here, right ahead on the track, not leading the race, but 1 lap down almost. Trying to find pace, of course, trying to get ahead as much as possible. And I'm just wondering, when the blue flags will come, how will he act actually? We move towards Darts now. Another close battle we got is him versus Hackbuster. Still 5.7 seconds behind, which is possibly not really too much. But still is something we can keep an eye on to see if he's gonna be able to possibly race or get close to him. Hard to tell, of course, from this point of view. But as you can see, Hackbuster brakes, gets into this chicane, goes a little bit wide on the exit, but is able to keep the car nice and running. And Darts behind, I wonder, is he gonna be able to actually do the same? He looks like actually made a mistake. Looks like so, because the gap went from 5 seconds to 6.8. So likely he made a bit of a mistake, and now forever he's currently getting closer. Back to Falcon. As you can see, hard to keep track and place, and hard to get close to the leader as he's running away. And as we go on board with him, we should be able soon to see Leggero right ahead as we go towards this corner here. I'm pretty sure he's right ahead on the road, but it's hard to tell from this point of view. So we're gonna have a look at like this. How many laps have they done? That's what I wonder. They are on the 10th lap of the race. So going towards the 11th lap of the 27 laps race likely. Still a long time to go, of course. But that's just how endurance racing is from time to time. Likely not the most exciting, but strategically something is happening, and that's possibly for the best. As Alex once again showing his strengths through this section, showing how much he's able to keep the car under control under extreme high lateral G-forces. He gets on the exit, able not to get outside, of course, of track limits, and now he gets towards the last corner to chase after, as we said before, Leggero, and possibly start another lap. Possibly what should be the 11th, actually 12th lap of this race. Let's have, since we don't see really a lot of battles or really cars close behind in the proximity in the leaderboard, on board with Maggio for an entire lap, which is gonna be 4 and something minutes. So let's have a look how he does it. Into turn 1, staying right on the right hand side, then dropping down to 3rd gear. A little bit of a lockup and going a little bit wide in the first half, but that's okay. As you can see, Leggero, I think, realized he got the leaders behind and moved to the side to let them get close. As Falconer also gets closer, 1.7. He gained a little bit of time because of that mistakes. And then into this first section, staying on to 4th gear, actually from 3rd to 4th. And then here, before the Mulsanne, he has to brake a little bit, take a very close line here, and then close to the exit to get as much speed as possible into this big straight here. And so while that happens, of course, he is gonna keep the throttle down to climb up to the top speed of the car, which should be 272 kilometers per hour. Not anymore, of course. And then we wait for the left hand side to see the brake markers, and you have to brake here to go down to 3rd gear. Then on the right hand side, left-hander, then of course get a nice exit by running on the curb here, to then climb once again up to 272 km per hour, which is once again the maximum this car can aim for. And then of course wait for the next 2 corners, which are pretty much far away from one another. It's 1 AM here in Le Mans, and the night is still young. 1 hour left, and we can see the next corner here. Tackled quite masterfully by him, not running too wide on the exit as well, and able once again to carry the speed, which is likely the most important thing to do. Falcon right behind, not able to keep up, 3.1 seconds, and losing yet some time from the leader. Thomas instead behind is now 30 seconds behind, so losing a bit of time as well. And still a lot of people just not being able to close by a lot. Into the braking point, here down to 2nd gear, able to carry a lot of speed and exit as close as possible to the gravel without going over the line. And then once again down to the gas, and you wait and you go straight towards the most American corner on the track, which is of course Indianapolis. You take a little bit of a break here. You possibly, I don't know, scratch your nose, watch and take a little bit of a sip of water if possible. And then, as you see this right kink here, you brake, let the car roll while lifting, and then drop down to 3rd gear to take a tight line and possibly not touch the gravel on the right hand side. Then of course you go and brake before this curb here to go down to 2nd gear, carry the speed, and then of course climb up to 3rd and then 4th gear, and then once again almost to top speed. I'm pretty sure you almost reached 272 kilometers per hour around here, but I'm not too sure. That's hard to tell. Also, I've seen Leggero had a little bit of a mistake and he's getting closer to Thomas. I'm gonna keep the vote from Thomas to see if he actually gets closer or has some issues. Hopefully not. Then onto the Porsche's S's, you can see how much control you have to get onto your car, because if he steps out, you're gonna be in a sea of trouble, of course. But as he goes into this next section, he's gonna be able to stay close to the right hand side, which is crucial to be able to get a nice exit here on the left. And then he lifts a little bit, which is the right choice to be able to stay inside the track limits, and then you go back down to 5th gear and wait to see the pit exit on the right hand side to be able then to brake right in the middle of it to take the left hand side corner here. Then to the right, you drop down to 3rd gear, and then you straighten up the car to get this last chicane as best as possible, as straight as possible, to conclude the lap around Le Mans. And that is how it's done, and also the fastest lap, 4:20.6. Just a nice demonstration on how to race these cars around this track. Now, Falcon losing the battle from the leader, as you can see. With this lap, it was very hard to stay close to him, and I cannot really blame him. And so, he stays here. He tries to chase him, but I think he has to concede the situation, knowingly that the points will likely help him to get still the title he was waiting. And so, while he probably waves a white flag, we can see Thomas is ready behind. I think he had a penalty because I saw him slow down right ahead of his possibly teammate Leggero, who of course he is having trouble with his current race stream. And then Tits, 25 seconds behind, also struggling, but still racing quite nicely in the middle of really nowhere, because you know Thomas is 20 plus seconds ahead, so really not reachable. And Jadrid is behind by 11 seconds, and although he's racing, I feel like he's trying to do something different. He goes, well, not nicely into the last chicane, but still able not to go outside the track limits, which is once again very nice. It's 2 AM here in Le Mans, and you may start to get hungry. I mean, it's natural. It's been a long race. Well, almost 1 hour has passed, so that's natural, especially in endurance races. And you know what they say here in Le Mans. When it's 2 AM and you are wondering what you should take maybe to eat to pass some time, you maybe go to the fridge to check if there's something to eat. Maybe you wonder if there's something from maybe the day before, like, I don't know, some pasta, something, maybe some cake, but sadly there's no cake. So when that happens, you also know what the best alternative to cake is, which is of course crack. That being said, I also should say that you should not do drugs, so that's just a little bit of a joke to an actual commentary point we had in Le Mans a few years ago. But that being said, I think it was nice to quote that as we reach 2 AM here in the Circuit de la Sarthe. Halfway through this race, almost halfway through this race, and as we are going towards really nothing, because I mean the gap are pretty much spread out, we can really just relax a little bit, think about what this championship has been. Well, I mean, I hoped for a better end really to all of this, mainly because I didn't really mean to have the penalties for this last race, but sadly apparently I forgot to check, so that's just my bad. I hoped we could have a little bit more of a thriller, a little more of a battlefield last race, but sadly for my mistakes we're gonna all pay for that. But at the same time, we kinda have to wonder what this championship has been. It started as a funny little silly ideas. I like these cars and it was like, hey, let's make a championship out of these ones, and many people really jumped on board. And really this also helped me with something I really had in mind for quite a while, because I like these cars. I really like the Miatas with the rear wing and everything. And I really like the idea of having a championship that has everyone with their own livery, to have a little bit of personality out of every single car, every single driver, to manage everyone to have their own moments, really, to have something to race for. And really I feel like this championship has been that, to some degree at least, with people able to race, find a way to show what they're capable to do behind the wheels of a car. And possibly, do stuff that they were never really expecting to do. you know, these cars are quite easy to drive and very hard to master at the same time. And because of that, we've seen a lot of drivers having their fun little moments whenever those were crashes or just straight up hype moments, like, I don't know, the last 15 minutes of the Dragon Trial race, or just the entirety of Okayama Race 2, although that was a little bit more of a dramatic situation more than anything. But really, that being said, with 1 hour left, in 1 hour we're gonna say goodbye to these cars. We're gonna say goodbye to these amazing drivers. I mean, we're not gonna kill them, of course. It's just that the championship is gonna stop, which is the main thing. And we're gonna just feel empty for a little while. I mean, just for a little while, because if our friend here, Virus, in the chat is able to do something just in time, which I hope so, because it looks like he's at some good point, and I think I'm quite confident in 1 hour he's gonna be able to do what he's trying to do. We may have some nice news, of course, which is not regarding MYASS, which is of course this championship with the Miatas, but it's something completely different and possibly quite close to racing as well. And yeah, because of that, I hope that many of the people will be able to experience what is actually racing and what experience should be about racing. But yeah, enough melancholy and enough of this, of course. And we can just go back to the race, or at least what we can see for the race, because at this moment, of course, we are at a bit of a stale point. But thankfully, our friend Tits is able to show us that it's not yet time to cry, because he goes into the pit lane to complete his strategy. I'm not sure what lap are we in. I think it's lap 13 now. Let's have a look. Yep, it's lap 13, so I think I know what strategy he is doing. And he is gonna possibly stop for either tires and fuel, or just fuel. So, as he's into the pit lane, he gets overtaken by Adriet and likely Hackbuster soon enough. And I wonder if he's gonna be able to stay behind of Darts or ahead of him. Let's see. Hackbuster passes through now. Darts is passing through the pit exit right now. And I think Tits is gonna be possibly in a very nice pocket of clean air, right ahead of Forever.exe and behind Darts. So now, let's see if he's able to take turn 1, because I feel like he's gonna be on cold tires if he changes them. And if that's the case, then this is gonna be his possible undercut attempt, or, you know, just attempt to get a nice little stint in to get possibly as much ahead as possible. Right now, though, he seems to be taking them quite cautiously, so I think he may have changed tires, which means that he's gonna struggle for these few corners. Yes, he is. And then, of course, demonstrate what he's really capable of in the next few ones. Forever, which was 5 or something seconds behind, is able to close up quite easily. And now, as he's right behind him, I wonder if he's gonna try and overtake him. That's gonna be possibly the little advantage that he has, you know, negated. Because if Forever manages to get ahead of Tits, then having new tires is gonna matter a little bit less, because he's gonna have to, you know, get an overtake done before actually being able to extract the maximum pace out of the tires. So, as we go into the night, at maximum speed in Mulsanne, we wait for the braking point, here. And Tits, I think, outbraked himself a little bit. Yes, it did, but he's able to keep the car just inside the track limits. And with Forever getting closer, I wonder if he's gonna be able to overtake him. This is the current closest battle we have on track, and we are gonna enjoy this, because there's not much else to watch really in this, sadly, a little bit of a stale race. Let's see though. As he gets closer, also Adrian is gonna get close to lapping, of course, our friend Magna but we can see Forever having a look at this, but this just braking late and trying not to give him an inch to overtake. Forever still trying to find a way through, but he loses the rear end of the car and gets out of the track limits, which is gonna cost him a lit. Yep, it is, and because of the silly track limit thingy, he's gonna have to lose a possibility to have a nice fight. Thank you, Kunos, once again. So, Tits now on fresh tires. He's gonna wonder if he's gonna be able to do something. He's gonna be able to possibly catch back to the lads. And if I were him, I would be, you know, pushing like hell, mainly because he has to run faster than people like Adred and Hackbuster, because I feel like they are very likely going for just a stop less compared to them. So he's gonna be able to, you know, beat them by just a few seconds if he's able to run at this pace for the time being. Meanwhile, Manuel Leggero, of course, leaving the place once again to another driver, and Hackbuster right behind, catching him quite closely. Let's go on board with him a little bit for the night, as he drifts through the exit of Indianapolis and gets a little bit too close to the exit wall, which is something you don't really want to do. And Alex Maggio, in the meanwhile, kind of missed that. He went into the pit lane. So Maggio also doing his strategy. As you can see, average pit time is 13.17 seconds. I feel like probably it's going to be a little bit longer for him. Is Thomas close enough to challenge him? I feel like not. I think Maggio should be right ahead of the pit lane, right ahead. Yes, he's already out of the pit lane. We can see him here. And let's see if maybe he's gonna have cold tires as well. That's likely the chance. He's gonna try and get through the first few corners quite easily. And he's gonna take it quite casually. So possibly Thomas is gonna be able to close by in the next few corners, but then of course the gap is gonna get wider once again, considering especially that Thomas really has to set another pit stop, and there's a bigger gap than it may look at the time being. So, as Alex cautiously brakes and goes into the Mulsanne straight, we see Hackbuster also getting into the pit lane right now, and possibly trying to get his strategy done. I wonder if Darts is also going to the pit lane. Not sure. Yes, he is. So both on the same strategy, fighting each other for the entirety of P7. And while that happens, we have a look at Tits getting through the last corner and possibly getting easily ahead of these guys here. All the while, of course, distancing himself from Forever, who is still yet to pit once again. So, once again, interesting strategies from these lads. So while this happens, we have a look at Hackbuster and Darts to see if there's a difference in pit stop times, because this is one of the closest battles we also have on track. And let's have a look. I think Hackbuster gets out first, while Darts instead stays way longer into the pit lane. So he possibly changed tires or took more fuel for this stint. Hard to tell from this point of view, but that's gonna be, of course, something to keep in mind for the next part of the race. Back, of course, to our friend here, Thomas, staying behind Alex. And as we hit 4 AM, Thomas is just keeping the pace up and getting a little bit out of the track limits. But that's okay, in my opinion. And now he's gonna try and get, of course, closer to Alex. Likely because if he can chase Alex at least for a little while, he's gonna be able to possibly get some better lap times and possibly get closer to Falcon, which is, yeah, a little bit of a desperate chance, but still something that may just work if he wants to get into higher positions. You never have to lose hope, as sadly a driver who had to retire before the start of the race would have said. And so, as they race towards Indianapolis, which is something I said a little too many times, we have a look at another guy who is having a quiet race, but I feel like a very interesting one, which is Adred, who, by running his own race, seems to have some clear idea on what to do. I wonder when he's gonna pit, because right now he did just one stop and it was quite late. And I'm not sure what he's gonna do, because I feel like they're gonna do like 3 stops, if I'm correct, because it's like 7, yeah, should be. But I feel like with the current fuel saving strategy he seems to be employing, he may be able to actually go longer, as he showed, and because of that he may be able to actually do 1 less stop, which is impressive really, considering it's nothing I should have or could have calculated really during my tests. So with that in mind, although he may not be able to finish really too much higher compared to where he is right now, we can have a look at him and see where he's gonna be able to finish. Meanwhile, Falcon into the pit lane. He was 6 seconds behind Alex when he went into the pit lane a few laps ago. Where is he gonna be when he goes out of the pit lane? Of course, Alex, we know he changed tires, so maybe, just maybe, could be behind for the time being. But of course, if Falcon changes tires, he may be ahead, but has, of course, to, you know, get the tires warm, and then, of course, that's gonna be a bit of a big issue for him. So while he stands into the pit lane, we wait to see when he starts. As Alex goes into the last few corners, we wonder when he's Falcon gonna start. It's a long stop, so likely it's gonna change tire as well. He's running now, but I feel like Alex is possibly gonna pass him quite soon. I think he's ahead. Yes, it's easily ahead, so the Falcon gets out of the pit lane and he's gonna fight with Thomas is ready, likely, as he goes through. So the gap is likely still 6 seconds, and possibly Falcon has to nurse a very cold tire for the first few corners to be able to possibly start and chase back the leader with possibly a tire advantage for the time being. Actually, for the rest of the race, this could be tire's advantage, but I'm not too sure if that's gonna be the difference between a win and a second place. Still, nothing is stopping him from trying, truly. So, Thomas, P2 for now, but still 1 stop left to go, at least. Or at least, actually, 2 stopper, if that's gonna be how racing works. And so, as Falcon, of course, with cold tires, is struggling a little bit to get some heat into them, we wait and see for the other drivers. We got Adrian, now into turn 1, still extending. Then Tits right behind, with 35 possibly seconds. Let's see if that's true, actually 25 seconds, 22 seconds to recover. And then Forever right behind, finally going into the pit lane to get another stop done. Then right behind, 21 seconds, we got Heckbuster and Darts, who are already pitted, getting now towards the last part of the track to get into another lap of the race. Darts lost a little bit of time from Heckbuster really in this stint, and is now back to 8 seconds, but still is not surrendering, and likely is gonna try and run as fast as possible in the next few stints as well. So as he goes through here, onto the very limit of the exit, he floors the gas down, and is possibly gonna finish ahead of Forever. I think he's gonna be still here while Dart passes. Yeah, there he goes. So now, as Forever waits to be released, which is something that happens right now, we move back to the top 3, because they are all 5 seconds separated. I mean, separated by 5 seconds one from each other. It's 5 AM here in France. There are 50 minutes left to go. And this suffering is getting closer and closer to his closing, which is possibly what everyone is waiting for, possibly. There's also Magna Leggero, who I feel like is here and chased by another car, I think. Yes, he is close to Tits here, so he's not gonna fight him as we saw before. He's very much a wise man on that point of view. And so as Tits is now desperately trying to gain back those 22 seconds, because if that's the strategy for Madrid, that could be his actual distance from him, which could be quite devastating really if you consider how he could have gained that time. But thus, this is racing, and as the man said, this is karting, and this man is showing what is possible with the current regulations with fuel and tire wear. But the same thing should be said by Thomas is Ready, because quietly he's kind of doing the same as if you think about it. So there's a likelihood that he's trying to actually do the same thing, do a stop less compared to Falcon and Alex, and you know, possibly not finishing P1, because Alex, as you can see, is right ahead, 6 point something seconds ahead. But if he manages to make this work, Falcon may have to overtake him on track, because otherwise he may finish ahead of him quite easily. So this could still be a battle for P2 under our nose, but it's very hard to tell for the time being, because if that's the case, then the next stop is gonna pull out, is possibly gonna be the last one, if I stand correct. Actually, they did both 1 stop versus 1 2 stopper now. The 3rd stop versus 2 stopper. Yeah, it should be the last one if he has to pit. So I don't know what his plan is, but he has to extend possibly a little bit more if he wants to do another stop and nothing else. So hard to tell. It's gonna be very difficult. And so as he goes into the last section, is he gonna pull into the pit lane or is he gonna go ahead? The answer is he's gonna go ahead. So there's a likelihood that is his strategy. He may be trying to do that. So eyes on Thomas, because this man here, other than getting sadly a slowdown, so once again thank you Assetto Corsa for killing the excitement, may be fighting with Falcon. I mean, it would have been more exciting of course if we didn't get that absolute bullshit from Kunos, but here we go. Thanks for the killing blow. We're gonna thank Domenicali for this. And Falcon is able to run ahead of Thomas, and Thomas is gonna fall back down to P3 although very close to the German driver. So yeah, shame, of course. Worst thing that has happened since, I don't know, the 2026 Formula 1 regulations. But it is what it is. And so as Falcon now moves back into P2, he's 12 seconds behind Alex. And still trying to find a way to gain back that time. But Alex seems to be untouchable with the current race time he has. So I find it quite difficult to see a way for him to gain back that time. Except of course, he manages somehow to get some mistakes into the Italian driver, which is still a possibility. A difficult one, but still a possibility. They both go into the braking point. Then we turn left, then right, and then of course onto the exit. We go full speed. And thus, onto the Mulsanne straight, all drivers run together. Also, Leggero into the pit lane, little shout out to him. And as he gets possibly tires and all kind of other stuff done, we can see the race leader drifting and getting as much speed as possible while getting into the night. At 6 AM, I think possibly sunrise should not be that far away. Actually, let's have a look on board from Falcon. It's still pitch dark here in France, but I feel like it's not that far away from seeing the sunlight. So likely we're gonna see something quite soon. In the meanwhile, that's actually got a lot closer to Hackbuster. 1.5 seconds. Likely Hackbuster must have made a mistake, because now Darcy is very much closer to him, and likely he is gonna try and pressure him into a mistake, which is likely what happened also to him earlier. So they both go onto the straight. 1.2 is the seconds separating them. And I wonder, is Dart's gonna be able to pressure him into a mistake or something, or get something out of him? Because the battle is still for P6, which is something nice, considering there's double points in this race as well. And as they go, we can see Hackbuster seeing the lights of Darts getting actually a little bit farther. He's not that close in the straight, but now as they go into the braking point, he's gonna try and stay as close as possible. Darts is gonna stay as cleanly as possible on the race line, and he is able to close back up into the corner and onto the exit. So he's below the second and now fighting officially for P6. We are all here for Darts to see if he's able to do that. In the meanwhile, also Tits managed to get the gap a little bit down compared to Adrit, as we said before. So Tits is now 19 seconds behind Adrit, which may not be really enough. And also I think I saw Forever made a mistake. I think I saw a yellow flag behind, but still it should be fine. Anyway, back to Hackbuster. And Darts is getting ever so closer, so likely he's pressuring. He's getting ever so more pressure onto the other driver. And this could end up in an interesting fight. In the meanwhile, also Thomas, I think, made a mistake, because now he's 9 seconds behind Falcon. Actually, he's increasing the gap between them. Actually, is Thomas actually... Wait a minute. Is he... No, he's still... I thought he finished the fuel, sorry. But yeah, I was looking in a desperate situation from my point of view. And maybe he is, because I feel like he's slightly out of fuel. Or at least he's doing some extreme fuel saving, because this is not a healthy looking car, if I gotta say. Drama here in Le Mans, as Thomas is grinding to a halt. 43 minutes left to go, and Thomas is in big trouble. He's crawling into the pit lane. Hold on, mates. Hold on, Thomas is in a very difficult situation. He's losing heaps of times as he tries to roll the car into his grid slot in the pit lane, while Adrian sees with hope the Italian crawling into the pit entry. Is he gonna be able to actually get the pit stop done? This is hard to tell. This is also a little bit heartbreaking after an hour and something of racing. Thomas, what a dramatic situation. I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to reach the pit stop. If he is, then good, but still, he lost a lot of time. That's gonna hurt him. That's possibly gonna cost him the podium. What a catastrophic situation. He's never gonna see the sunlight. And this car stops. He's still running, I think. No, he stopped. He stopped. Thomas is ready. What a catastrophic situation. Thomas is ready, out of fuel. Possibly now being pushed into the pit lane and possibly doing a pit stop now. But still, I'm not sure if he's still on the lead lap. He possibly has lost a lap with this. He has joked too much. He has gambled too much on the fuel, and that has bitten him quite harshly. He's gonna get out of the pit lane, he's gonna still fight. That's hard to tell. And that is very harsh on him. Heartbreaking moment for the man fighting for the podium. He may not be able to see the sunrise. And thus, as he now gets out of the pit lane in P7, after a terrible end of this stint, with 41 minutes left to go, and possibly 7 AM here in France, he runs towards the bridge. Sorry, the Dunlop bridge. And let's have a look on board with him. This must be disheartening. What a catastrophe from his point of view. Race absolutely destroyed by a choice of his, which should have not happened. In the meanwhile, I think Tits also made a mistake. I think I saw him just about getting into a yellow flag, but that's okay. Kinda. And somehow Adrit, in all of this, is now up to P3 because of the mistake of Thomas. And now Thomas has 12 seconds to gain on darts to be able to, you know, get to him and possibly back into P6. And then possibly Akbaster, but it's gonna be very tough to gain on them. They are very close to each other, of course. We can see from darts that he's not that far away from the, I think, German driver. And because of this, what was a battle for P7 is now turning a battle for P5. So catastrophic results for the strategy of the Italian right behind. And because of this catastrophe, now we have Akbaster and Darts fighting potentially for P5. And Tits now fighting for P4, while Adrit miraculously got into a podium because of his strategy. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Heartbreaking stuff, really. And because of this now, with just 40 minutes left to go, so possibly just 10 laps, or 10 something laps, possibly 9 really, we wait to see what else this race has in store for us. As Alex, with his supreme pace, gaps Falcon and goes up to 15 seconds away from him, and as Akbaster is able to get the gap still a little bit higher and down to 2 seconds between him and Darts. All the while, Thomas, 11 seconds behind, will have to push like a madman to catch them and possibly overtake these two. Still, I don't know how his strategy is, I don't know how his fuel is right now. He's gonna possibly have to rethink everything from this point onwards, and that is gonna hurt. Let's go on board with him. As we can see now, the sky getting a little bit lighter in color, so maybe a little bit of hope for him. He knows that maybe he has the pace to catch back those two at least and get back some points, but still heart-wrenching stuff. And he knows what he has to do from this point onwards. We move back, of course, to the battle between Hackbuster and Darts as they go through Indianapolis. And Hackbuster touches the gravel, which is gonna hurt likely. And of course, we can see Darts is actually not gaining. Possibly Darts somehow got a worse exit. I'm not sure how. And Adrit, I think he's got into the pit lane. Yes, he is. So Adrit also extending, almost like him, but compared to him, with 38 minutes left to go on the clock, he goes onto the pit lane, and likely this may be potentially his last stop. Hard to tell, really. But if it is, then this could be quite a masterstroke of strategy from the Spanish driver. We take a look at it now through the last chicane as the sun gets shyly out on track, and as he passes the pit straight, he starts lap number I don't bloody know, and overtakes Adrit as he is into the pit lane. Actually, he does not. They are very close, and Adrit finishes right behind him, but not by much. So now, of course, the question is he gonna be on cold tires or easy yet on warm tires. I think he's on cold tires. That would make sense for this last possible stint, considering how long he's closing them. And look at the wonderful sky behind. Light as the day shy comes. And through these corners you can see how wide he's going, so likely yes, there is some cold tires under him. And now as Tits is now into the top 3, he has to wonder if he will have to gain an entire pit stop on the guy behind him, Adrian, who seems to be quite the menace, although an invisible one. We could call him, after this race, the Phantom Menace, for how he's racing and being in the podium position without ever being seen by anyone. We move back to Darts, however, because he's closed up to Hackbuster, 1.5 seconds once again, and they're telling me from the chat that the Madman did not change tires, which is likely considering where he finished or where he's out. So that could also mean that he's doing the entire race with just one set of tires, which would be quite crazy if you ask me. Although I can expect his tires to be, you know, kinda bloody dead by the end of the race. But who am I really to consider or say anything on his strategy? That being said, that's now pushing hard. Now almost below the second behind Akbuster. As the light of day once again is coming, Darts is trying his absolute best to try and get ahead of Akbuster, but Akbuster is just keeping up the pace nicely. And Darts is seemingly not having an answer just of yet. Although now he's as close as he's ever been. Let's have a look on board with him. We can see this incredible shot of both drivers at dawn charging towards the second chicane. Actually, wait a minute, Tates made a mistake. He got overtaken by Adrian. Don't know how this happened. I feel like possibly there was a mistake from Tates as he takes a bit of a risk onto the braking here. And now he has to chase after this lad who we think has no tires. So here, as the mist goes out, with this poetic shot of the two cars going side by side towards Indianapolis, we have two battles of course on track, but Tates seems to be able to just about hedge ahead of Adrian and now be into P3 for the time being, although I feel like Tates possibly has another stop left to go. And meanwhile, also Darts, of course, chasing after Akbuster as close as he's ever been. We can see into the braking point for the hairpin. Getting closer, but not close enough. But maybe on the exit he's going to be able to get ahead. Not likely, but still very close. 0.2 between the two of them. So while Tates seem to be able now to run away from Adrian, I'm going to take the onboard to Adrian. We move back to Hackbuster because the battle between these two is also raging on. So at least we got some will-to-will action finally on track. And we can see Darts getting closer, trying to have a look, possibly on the outside, hard to tell. Hard to tell from this point of view. But onto Indianapolis, very hard braking point. Darts is gonna try and set up something. Oh, he's setting up something as well, and very nicely too. I think he's gonna be nice and close to him for the braking point. And as Hackbuster goes defensive, Darts does a very nice switchback, but I think Hackbuster may have it. Hard to tell from this point of view, but he starts fast enough to get ahead before the Porsche's S. I think he's just edging ahead, just about. He's looking nicely side by side with him, but I think he's also slightly ahead. And so, no one is actually conceding an inch to each other, and as they go towards this very hard section, Hackbuster brakes very late, but goes very wide. And Darts manages to complete the overtake and climb up into P5. So very nice maneuver by our friend and of course nice driver Darts. And so he moves up into P5 and now runs away with his possible race strategy in his hands, away from Hackbuster in P6. Very nice maneuver from these two. I'm gonna keep an eye on them of course for a little while we wait to see possible other pit stop strategies going on in the next few moments. Also, I think we're gonna move back to Tates and Adrian in a few moments because they're gonna go through the technical section of Sector 1. And as these two have a nice little run through this chicane, I think Darts may have it under control for the time being. And as I say that, I think actually Akbuster got a better exit, so he's getting closer towards turn number 1. But we have just to wonder if he's gonna be close enough to try and outmaneuver him on the exit or on the next section. So is this gonna be another nice battle into the you know, big straight of Le Mans, which I've just forgotten the name, the Mulsanne actually. Hard to tell. Currently Darts still raging with a nice little pace. And as he goes into this technical section, goes a little bit wide, but should be able to set up possibly a nice exit. Hackbuster getting closer now. The crucial point is going to be this corner here, because if you get this one nicely, you're going to be able to have a nice exit here and then of course run away. Both of them pushing to the limit. And he starts faster. Yes, he is. 0.75, getting it to 77, then 79, and then 80. So he is pulling away for the time being. But these two, being this close, have a nice little battle at sunrise. After an entire day, or entire night really, of Cold War between these two. 8 AM, almost 9 AM. The night is over. And so are our hopes, really. Not really, but still, with a nice little battle between these two. Now, into the first Mulsanne corner. The first Mulsanne, let's say, chicane. Darts seems to be ahead, but I don't think he got a nice exit. Hard to tell really from this point of view, so apologize for that. But once again, they seem close, but Hackbuster is not really that much faster on the exit to be able to challenge. So both of them are gonna have to wander on the next breaking point and see if they're able to possibly try and do something to fight back. While that happens, all the drivers who may be trying something, there's Alex Maggio getting close to the pit entry. He may be going into the pit lane at the end of this lap, hard to tell really. Either this lap or the next one, I'm just gonna be wondering. And all the while, Hackbuster now sees the gap get closer, actually get higher, so he's not able to close to Darts and has to possibly concede a little bit the position to him. Maggio, meanwhile, starting another lap. Let's see instead behind if our friend Falcon has to go for another lap, and the answer is yes. And then I wonder, almost an entire minute behind, we got our friend Tits here, which is yet at Indianapolis, followed closely by the Phantom Menace Adriat, which I feel like may be going to the end, which in what could be quite a shocking ending really to a race. And what a risky exit we got from Tits here. But yeah, this is all we got really on track. The battle between Tits and Adriat, which could end up in Adriat's favor if the strategy is what I think it is. And of course Adriat versus Darts, with a very flying Darts right now, who is running as fast as possible away from the German driver as he goes into Indianapolis as well. Ooh, actually that was a very slow exit, and I think Hackbuster is coming back. And Hackbuster, yes, onto the breaking point, closing by, both close to the wall on the exit, both of them. And now the battle between these two rages on once again. Is Hackbuster close enough to try something? He is closing, surely. That is something we can actually see quite clearly. I wonder if he's gonna be able to try and outmaneuver Darts into the Porsches to change maybe the favor for what happened the lap before. Both of them pushing to the absolute limit, but I think Hackbuster got it wrong. Not really, he manages to stay inside the track limits. And both of them go into the next section of the Porsche's S, close and to the limit of course. And now they both take a little bit of a break and a lift into this section, because it's very easy to go wide just like Darts is doing, but Hackbuster is not. And now Hackbuster is gonna have one hell of a run on Darts for the last corner. And I think he's gonna possibly go for it, because he is so much faster because of the line he took. And now as Darts decides to stay onto the right hand side, Hackbuster gets closer and into the breaking point. Darts actually surprises him by going into the pit lane a little bit too fast, maybe. No, he manages to take the chicane quite nicely. So, very nice battle, interrupted by a very nice strategy decision by Darts. So now Hackbuster has to run alone, while Darts instead takes possibly his last stop of the race. All the while Thomas also goes onto the pit lane. So yeah, that's his battle now with Darts and possibly Hackbuster. And while that happens, of course, Thomas, which of course as we said before was fighting for a very higher position, and now has to, you know, concede the situation for a battle for this possibly lowly but still very honorable position. We see Darts getting a very fast stop, so likely no tire change. And also Thomas barely stood into the pit lane, so likely he had to fill just a little bit of fuel and not really too much. And possibly that's gonna get him very close to Darts, all the while Forever instead gets here in the middle of them and behind Darts, and possibly he's gonna try and chase him a little bit in this next part of racing. Let's go on board with him actually for a little while. Actually, let's use the other on board, the magnificent helmet camera. As you can see, Forever now getting into this section, getting as much grip as possible, as much speed as possible, then braking a little bit here, getting a lot of understeer, but managing to stay inside the track limits, and now, of course, running towards the 272 kilometers per hour limit of these cars. As everything wobbles in his head. 27 minutes left to go, and it's almost 10 AM. Look at that. Now he's gonna have to brake around here, and then of course get into this corner here, because he has to exit as fast as possible to be able to chase after Darts. Darts, who is not really running away as fast as he may have tough, so he's likely gonna find this quite nice, although I feel like likely Forever may be on lower fuel and possibly having to stop quite soon. Thomas behind, not able to close by, so we go back to this trio here in Le Mans, trying to get something done, trying to survive really. Possibly just getting to the end of this race is already a big achievement, I gotta say. And so, as you can see, Forever now getting not really that close to Darts, but still getting as much as possible closer to his backhand. We wait for the other drivers to get the strategy done. Alex actually still running away. Same for Falcon. We just have to wonder for Tits and Didrid how their strategy are gonna pan out, of course. And also for Hackbuster, who is yet to pit and has to somehow cycle into this fight as well. And as both of them really go wide, we can see Thomas, who's maybe a little bit of a challenger for this battle for P5. Possibly for P5 actually. We just have to wait and see. And while this happens, we see if Tits is gonna go into the pit lane or if he's gonna try and extend for one more lap. I likely expect him to go into the pit lane this lap, but we're gonna have to wait and see. When that happens, I'm gonna stay with Forever here on the left hand side to be able to see him. And so Tits decides to go into the pit lane as predicted. So his last stop happens now. And this is where his entire race is gonna possibly start to become an actual sprint to the end. While that happens, I wonder if Hackbuster is gonna pit soon or not. But while that happens, I actually want to go to Forever, because Forever actually managed to get a better exit on Darts and is able now to overtake him after the exit of the Indianapolis. So going towards the Porsche S, where is he gonna be? He's ahead. He starts gonna try and dive back. I think not. He's gonna have a very light brake, who's not gonna help. But still, thanks to that, he's able to possibly set up a better exit or a better section. So he's not gonna let him run away as easily. And so as the two of them go into the next section of this Porsche S, Darts is very close. Not letting Forever run away, but I think he got a little bit wide here. Yes, he is. So both of them actually go very wide. And is Darts gonna fight? I think he is. I think he's gonna try and let him go because he has the feeling that Forever may be going into the pit lane. But sadly for him, he's not and decides to dive on the last corner. So now the gloves are off and oh, there's contact, and that's not gonna end well for Thomas, who actually went wide, and because of this, they are all three bunched up. And that's gonna help, of course, Hackbuster right ahead. So, while this happens, while this drama unfolded, Tits now out of the pit lane, 21 seconds behind Adriat. I'm not sure if 21 seconds are recoverable with 23 minutes left to go, so he's gonna have to push like hell if he wants to make this one worse, but that's gonna be very difficult. Back to Darts, of course, now letting Forever run away. That is likely not what he wanted to see happen, of course, but now, of course, Thomas wants a little bit bite of the cake, and he wants to fight for that position. And so, as Darts goes wide, Thomas finds a way through, and they both go through this section. Darts decides not to leave an inch to both of them. And into the Mulsanne straight, they both brake, take the maximum speed out of this corner, but I think Thomas may be a little bit better in position. And through the straight, is Thomas gaining? Yes, he is. Is he gonna be able to fight into the breaking point for the first corner of Mulsanne? Let's have a look. Thomas getting closer and closer and closer. He's gonna be able to go side by side with him into the breaking point. 0.11, I feel like he's not gonna do that. He moves out of the slipstream for the time being. Is he gonna be able to try and do that? He's trying, but decides to just scare Darts long enough to make him get out of position. And now he loses a half of time because of the corner cut. And because of this, he may lose position to Hackbuster as well, which is very much not what he wants to see. Now Thomas chasing after forever. And now another battle in his hand to get back into the P5 he wants. All of them chasing hard enough. In the meanwhile, Maggio into the pit lane. We're not gonna have a look at him because Alex, Maggio and Falcon both in the pit lane is kind of the story you kinda expect here in this race with the gap they had. But now with Forever and Thomas fighting, I just wonder, is Thomas gonna be able to overtake him or is gonna have trouble? Hard to tell. Very hard to tell. And so, as Alex actually gets out of the pit lane, Falcon is now finishing his top here, and we have really nothing big to see on that point of view. But we can see, is Thomas able to maybe try and do something on Forever? They both get it wrong, and they both had contact. And so, with Divine Judgment, once again, all the time that Darts lost to these two is now back in his hands. All the while, of course, Hackbuster is blessing his absolute stars for being able to stay long enough out of the pit lane to avoid this carnage. And so Darts, with this simple maneuver, after suffering what was quite a heartbreaking touch, or actually corner cut, goes back into P6, and now has to wonder if that's enough to possibly fight with Hackbuster once again, although I highly doubt it. Hackbuster here, racing alone, possibly going into the pit lane quite soon. We go back instead to this trio, having their duel, because Darts once again has his own mistake, goes back into the position, and now we can see everything is back to normal with Darts once again behind, and Forever and Thomas chasing each other, although with this time is Thomas the one ahead, although he has a little bit of a hit on the wall, as I saw, so Thomas has to thank that fact that there's no damage, and because of that, he's now pushing ahead and possibly away from Forever. But because of all of this, I feel like Hackbuster, which is now, just now reaching the pit lane, may have a big advantage coming out of it to be able to possibly get into an easy P5. But we're gonna have to wait and see. So we go back to Thomas is ready, who is pushing it to the absolute limit on the Porsche's S's. And now, with 19 minutes left to go, is gonna be able to have enough pace to chase after Hackbuster and get into P5, or is Hackbuster safe enough? Hard to tell, very hard to tell, but I feel like this is gonna be possibly one of the most intense ending we have. Hackbuster yet in the pit lane, getting now released, but Thomas is yet to reach the finish straight, so this is not gonna play in his hands. And so what's gonna be the gap for this final part of the race? Hackbuster is out of the pit lane, and Darts overtakes Forever because he goes into the pit lane, so he has to thank him for all the time lost. And because of this, now Thomas is, I cannot believe it, 14 seconds, 13 seconds, 12 seconds, hard to tell, 12, 11, maybe 10 seconds behind Hackbuster. And that is gonna be very difficult to recover. Hackbuster may have this one covered, and all thanks to his unknown teammate, also known as Forever. So as Hackbuster now runs away, he just has to keep it clean and possibly cruise to a possible P5 finish, while Thomas instead might have to push like hell to try and just try to reach him before the end of the race. Well, instead, the very unlucky Darts fought valiantly till the very end, but got struck twice, but what could be possibly defined as unluckiness. But that's racing under some point of views. Other situation similar to this, we get of course Tits racing against time, trying to desperately close the gap to our friend here, Adrian. We said that 21 seconds in 21 minutes should have been impossible, but right now it's 18 minutes and there's 18 seconds, so maybe this could be close at the end, but it's very hard to tell. And also I think there's another lapping from Magna Leggeros, so I just was looking at the map and I saw this one getting very close. So Thomas, with a job and a half in his hands, and Tits with a similar situation, but I think very much more difficult from his point of view, and just 17 minutes left to the end of this grueling and painful race. That's so drama, death, destruction, fuel loads missing, and possibly even an homicide, I guess, on track. With Magna, actually, I think that's not the line Thomas wanted to do, and possibly he's gonna have to concede some time. I'm not too sure though. Although he is now 9 seconds behind, so maybe that was still in the track limits. Hard to tell, really. We don't know really what Assetto Corsa had to decide, but still, I'm not gonna complain too much for the time being. Hackbuster, meanwhile, also has to try and keep the pace up. 9 seconds behind. It's yet not impossible. The thing that the drifting Thomas is ready has to do in the background. But still, it's not gonna be the easiest, of course, from his point of view. Darts also seems to have a better exit out of the Mulsanne happen, which I feel like it's mainly due to that drift we saw before from Thomas. So yeah, everything is looking alrighty. And we take a little bit of a moment in this more calm situation of the morning to take a look at the race leader, currently on the Mulsanne straight, which is of course Alex Maggio. Driving possibly in a chill way at this point, getting still nicely inside the track limits, although it might not look like, and still running away from the 25 seconds away Falcon, who knows that he does not really have to fight hard to keep that position. As you can see, Adrian is just an entire minute behind. The leader is 20 and something minutes ahead, so really there's no way he can really lose or gain time. And right behind them in P3 we got Adrian, who outsmarted most of the drivers to get into P3. And now has Tits right behind, pushing like hell to try and leave that miracle away from him. As we can see, and also as Jason Short points out, none of the situation for each driver is really the easiest from their point of view, and I have to agree really, everyone has a very difficult task at hand. I mean, the task at hand from Alex Maggio and Falcon really is the easiest. The one from Adrian seems to be also a little bit easier, but at the same time, the ones that have really to try their best are of course Thomas and Tits. So we have something, at least. We don't know if they're gonna be able to chase and gain the position they are trying to chase, but surely they are trying, as you can see also from the Thomas slide we've seen into the last chicane. And thus, in this last 15 minutes of racing, and this last 15 minutes really of the entire championship, we look at the gap between Thomas and Hackbuster drop down to 6.5 seconds. So as we said before, hope is the last thing you lose, and surely Thomas is not losing hope at all. And we go maybe on board with him, with the helmet cam to see. As the beautiful blue down sky, look upon the beautiful blue Agile Racing Team car of Thomas is ready, chasing after the grey and yet so hopeful Hackbuster, chasing a P5 after what has been a grueling race here in Le Mans. We wonder who is gonna be able to win this one. 14 minutes left, likely just 3 or 4 laps worth of racing. 3 or 4 laps, 4 minutes each, which are gonna decide everything. I mean, not really, but still, it's gonna decide this battle, which is mostly for glory rather than for points. And so, as everything goes red, like the rev limiter, Thomas breaking to the absolute limit. Never seen anyone take the corner like that. He's not leaving an inch. This is a man who is pushing. He's on a mission and he wants that P5 at all costs. That was just a few seconds behind. This 9.9 seconds, actually 10 seconds. He is absolutely flying. I've never seen anyone do corners like him, I gotta be completely honest. And so, 300, 200, and now 100. He brakes so late. Gets into the corner so late as well, but manages to keep the car just straight enough. And maybe a little bit out of track limits here, so not the best, but still good enough to gain more time on Hackbuster. What seemed impossible from Hackbuster's point of view is slowly becoming even more possible. Thomas is pushing like hell, and he wants to leave no inch left to grab, left to wonder of what could have been. It is not a question of what ifs and what could have been, or what's not, or what is not. It's more a question of what is gonna be and what will be. And so, as the grey car of Hackbuster is running away, Thomas is getting closer. 3.3 seconds. This man is flying. He's flying ever more. And he is ready to possibly attack soon enough. Next crucial point is gonna be Indianapolis, which starts here. Hard braking point on the limit, then down to third gear, drifting the car a little bit, but able to stay inside the track limits. And now it's 2 seconds. An entire second has been grabbed here. He is absolutely going for it, drifting through the exit of Indianapolis. This is gonna get, of course, some time back to Hackbuster, but really not that much apparently. Really, this man showing why he was in P3 for so long. Showing what he's really capable of. And now I wonder, from Hackbuster's point of view, let's go on board with him with the other camera to see that blue machine getting closer. A scary sight, I gotta say. The Sonic on the side of his car is not for sure, I gotta say. And look how close he's getting through this section. Hackbuster now going a little bit too wide here. This is gonna cost him. This is gonna cost him quite a lot. And it's showing because now Thomas is right below the second. 10 minutes left to go in this 2 hours race, and Thomas is smelling a possible P5. And look at what braking point he has. Both of them sliding. Thomas now has not to be over eagerly aggressive. He has to be patient. 10 minutes, and then of course it's 16 seconds before the next car, so he has no reason to push like hell like he's been doing so far. Now that he's here, now that he's catched him, he can take all the time he wants to try and invent an overtake. And so he does. Round outside. Is this gonna be it? Oh, very aggressive maneuver, but he's able to make this work. Likely on the inside, he's gonna lose the rear a little bit, and Hackbuster survives to live another day. Battle between red and blue. Battle between white and grey. Battle between black and grey once again, I guess. Who is gonna be the one ahead? Because I feel like Hackbuster still has a chance to possibly defend the position. And he knows that at this point, he has the possibility to fight it. But now, very fast exit from Thomas. I think that may be it. Hackbuster decides to stay on the inside to possibly, desperately try to defend the position when they're gonna go inevitably to the braking point. But of course, Thomas, staying on the racing line, will try to break him maybe. No, actually Hackbuster manages to get back ahead. So Thomas not able to yet fight into the braking, but he has to be aware because Hackbuster likely is gonna brake earlier. Yes, he is, and so as Thomas brakes later, is he gonna be ahead? Yes, he is, and what a braking maneuver that was. That's unreal to look from the outside point of view. Hackbuster really seemed like stationary for how hard Thomas was braking. Thomas is not even trying at this point. Thomas is just ready to run away. And so, just like that, he conquers P5, and now with 54 seconds between him and Tits, likely this is gonna be it for his race. So, we may move back in this last 8 minutes to Tits, although with 16 seconds I wonder if that's even gonna be possible. The only thing that can change destiny, of course, is the fact that the Adriate is likely running with lower fuel and can still be in trouble for fuel loads if things are not calculated correctly. So there's only that chance or possibility from Ted's point of view. But aside from that, all you can do really is hope that Hatred got some calculation wrong, which is not looking likely at this moment. And so, as Thomas now drifts once again at the exit of the Mulsanne happen, 7 minutes and 50 seconds are just between us, the race winner, and the end of this entire ordeal. That left us scared, full of fun, full of fear, and full of interesting racing situations for the entirety of this, well, month and something that has been this entire thing. Thomas now into Indianapolis once again, braking, and now possibly running, too wide really, so maybe this fight is not over yet, is it? Hackbuster is gonna get closer. Is he gonna be able to possibly try and do something, or is Thomas still safe? Hard to tell. I feel like he's safe. Yes, he's extending his gap at the exit of Indianapolis. So likely he is gonna be able to run away easily. Tates actually, I think, made a mistake. No, actually it was just the timing, getting a little bit confused with him getting over the line, which is something that sadly happens from time to time. And so, as I leave this guy here running and pushing maybe a little bit too hard into the wall, we're gonna get a look actually at other guys on the leaderboard. We take a look at Magna Leggero, also pushing, getting into the Mulsanne straight now, who is just ahead of Adriet. Right ahead, and once again getting a very nice race strategy done and working. If this ends correctly for him, if this works for him, this could be his second podium, and by this being an endurance race, so double points, this could possibly be a very high boost in his championship standings, which are going to be of course seen at the end of this entire thing. Also, Thomas is ready. I think made a mistake because now Heckbuster is moving back through, so possibly he made a mistake at the last corner. And so what seemed a done and dusted battle is not so done and dusted because of, you know, a mistake. Now Thomas has everything to do again. Heckbuster back up into P5 and possibly a very nice and hard fought P5. They go now down towards possibly turn 3 and 4. Is Heckbuster gonna stay ahead? For the time being, yes he is, but there's the attack from Thomas down the inside of this next section. Hackbuster likely would have liked to defend that one, but it's not that easy. And so, into the Mulsanne straight. Are they gonna be nicely on the limit? A little bit too over it, but that's okay. And so, these two still fighting, with Thomas though still able to stay ahead. Hackbuster now sniffing the exhaust fumes from the Miata of Thomas. Maybe wondering if there's an attack opportunity, something he can do or try to do to get ahead of him. But into the braking point, once again on the limit for this man here. Maybe a little bit too much on the limit. He may be overdriving, very likely. And because of this, I mean, he got ahead because of the fantastic braking point he had, but Hackbuster now he's gaining back, so maybe before the other braking point he's gonna be able to overtake him. Hard to tell though. I feel like the gap is gonna stay like this, so maybe he's just about safe from Hackbuster. But still, Hackbuster having a look, thinking maybe about braking earlier, braking later, thinking about something he may do to try and disrupt the rhythm of the Italian, who seems to be quite fragile after 2 hours of racing, of course. And so, he seems to not be able to put him into another mistake for the time being. Possibly Thomas may be thinking about, yeah, I should possibly relax, try and do, you know, something that makes me consistent, avoid being a nuisance, and possibly, you know, try and be patient in the next few corners, because with 3 minutes left, which is likely either just one more lap. Actually, let's see where's the leader. Oh, actually, Hackbuster went wide. Hackbuster went wide, so this possibly spells the end for his charge. And with darts being a little bit too far away, this is possibly the end of it. Anyway, as I was saying, the leader is here, 3 minutes and 24 seconds. How many laps has he done? That is the main answer. He is currently on the 26th lap, so I expect likely there is gonna be... I'm not sure if there's gonna be another lap. This may be the last one. Hard to tell though. But Maggio, completely flawless race from his point of view. He's now racing in the last 3 minutes of this grueling race. And let's see. Let's see if there's gonna be another lap. With 29 seconds between him and Falcon, likely he could, if he wanted, you know, stop it for 29 seconds and finish the race. And considering he's waving quite harshly, I kind of think he knows this is it. He knows this is likely his last lap and possibly his, you know, glory run towards the line. So he's likely taking it as easy as possible, although he's still pushing like hell in the corners. And so, what has been quite a menace in this entire championship, which is of course a very fast and absolutely relentless Alex Maggio, which is, I mean, quite a known name in esports if you're actually into that. Especially if you're into R Factor 2 esports. I suggest you, of course, take a look. He races there, and he's quite a beast in my opinion. But other than that, Maggio, one of the protagonists of this entire championship, is taking it easy for one last time around Les Sat. After what has been quite an intense season, really, full of really everything you can really think of, he is now finally taking a breath, thinking of what has been the past, the future, and the present. But I don't think that's really that important to him. Right now, all that matters is that he is here, that he's racing with his Miata, and that he's running, cruising towards what could be a very rewarding end. After what has been, you know, 2 endurance races, he could have not won because either he crashed in the middle of the race or either he could not participate. He finally wins one. At least he's very likely gonna win one. I don't want to put the commentator cursor name, of course, on this last lap. But now, 1 minute left to go. He has just the Porsche corners left to go, and then of course the last chicane. And I think either it's gonna pull a little bit of a troll maneuver and put another lap in, but I don't think he has the time to do so. Actually, no, I think he may have, but it's gonna be quite tight. So, with 40 seconds left to go, what is gonna be Maggio's judgment? Is it gonna be here to allow everyone to have another lap? Or is it gonna just be here to end it all for everyone? With 30 seconds left, he can decide it. He can have a decision. And so, as he goes towards the last chicane, he now brakes. 15 seconds left. Turn right. Turn left. Brakes again. Turn right. Turn left. There's just 7 seconds. He seems to be content with what he's done. And so he reverses in dominant fashion onto the race finish straight. And thus wins the 2 hours of Le Mans. Alex Maggio, then second place. We wait for him, of course. The German who gave everything he had, but he should not be ashamed because if my calculations are correct, he should be the champion of this championship. Falcon crosses the line in P2 and possibly wins the championship. Then P3, very far away, but still in a very nice position. Almost no one could have expected this could have been possible, but yet he seems to have made it possible. So, he possibly has to thank Maggio for not going for another lap, because otherwise he would have been a little ruined, possibly, on his strategy. But that being said, through the Porsche's S's, this is final lap, thankfully. And so, to the right, to the left, close to the wall now. And then, of course, once again, left and right for one last time. For him, at least. We can see him not really pushing too hard, likely saving as much fuel as possible, which is also something he likely did a lot during this race. And so, as he gets to the finish line, he possibly coasts one last time the car, brakes, turns into the last few corners, And with this, he finally conquers what has been a quite punishing race with a nice P3 as ending. Then right behind him, charging as much as possible, but still undefeated under some point of views, because of course he decided to try his best, but still he made a nice recovery. Tits manages to finish this incredible race in an amazing P4. Then right behind him we wait for Thomas is ready after what has been, well, a cruel race from his point of view, but still a very nice ending, let's say, for at least this entire ordeal. He goes to the right, then of course also on the left for the last bars. There's also Darts getting closer to Hackbuster, but I don't think it's gonna be close enough, except of course if Hackbuster makes a mistake at the very end of the race. But that being said, Thomas is ready, brakes now for the final few corners, and also fights back to what has been a recovery driver to P5. And thus, here he goes to the last corner, possibly can finally breath some relief, and takes P5. Then Hackbuster, somehow helped by fate, but helped also by his consistency, manages to get to the line in P6, and then Darts finishes the race in P7, which is, well, possibly a little disappointed, but considering everything, I think he can be a little bit happy with that. And then of course we wait for the last driver to cross the finish line, which is Forever, who is now taking the last few corners and finally getting to the finish line. And there we go. With Forever finishing the race, we can finally say that MYASS is over. And also we can see people getting finally something to cheer on by taking their own we say festeggiamenti, but it's not really how it's said. I don't know really how to say this in English, but surely they are celebrating what have been quite a long championship, although 6 races may not seem like a lot. And what a scene we have here. What a scene we have here to see. To watch people possibly happy for what has been a grueling race. And with this, with everything just, you know, crashing into each other, getting some mist into the track because it has been missing, well, we just wait for the race to be declared over by the race officials, although I feel like this can be declared over already. And we, well, first of all, take a big breath, because Jesus Christ, I've been commentating for 2 hours straight, which can you expect has been quite grueling. And there we go, it's finally over. I'm gonna close the game just for the time being, go into the interviews room, which has already almost had Alex Maggio ready, and wait, of course, to get the opinions of all drivers, and also my apologies for whatever happened. So, let's go there. Also, while that happens, I'm gonna save the replay for obvious reason and show that in the background. So where is it? Media. Let's go here. There we go. So this is called MYASS round 6. Keep replay. Okay, and I'm gonna show it in the background. And there we go. The first few people joining this interview room are 2 of the main protagonists, of course, of this entire race, which have been the merciful Alex Maggio, and by merciful I mean the fact that he decided not to give us another lap of racing, which would have been possibly ruining other races, and Falling Falcon. So, hello lads, how was it?
Great.
The first few laps were a bit of a dread, and qualifying too, but okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
first thing I gotta tell you lads is that I have to apologize myself, because I have to be completely honest with you. I have not planned to have the penalties ready for this race, like the track limits one, and I found out like after 20 minutes of racing that they were on, which was not
That
something I
saved
was
my
planning.
ass. That
That
saved my
is
ass so
that
bad.
is that is literally the reason why I lost like 10 seconds in the first stint.
Yeah,
Because I
and
went 1 millimeter off track and I didn't know how to slow
yeah, no,
down
but
for the
I
better.
like genuinely like to apologize because really I feel like this ruined a lot of wheel to wheel racing because of this. So yeah, what could have been possibly a little bit more exciting than it was sadly end up like this. But still, we got something out of it. So I guess it's not everything too bad. I mean, of course, you all suffered because of me, so that's easy to say for me, of course, but that's not the point. Now, that aside, of course, you had a 2 hour race in your hand, which has been, quite long. So let's start with the most important question, which is how was the race from your point of view? Whichever wants to start first, of course.
Too short.
Boring.
Okay.
I mean, I was literally in a call with someone else, and we were just chilling. Midway through, we just started scrolling TikTok, and all I could hear was fucking brain rot and Deltarune all stuff in the background, and I don't know. I mean, l- he literally came back from eating when I passed Falcon for the first time. So all of the first part of racing was just me trying to gain back all the time I lost by being I can't say the word I want to say, but a stupidino. But but yeah, I mean, it was fine. I guess it was good. It wasn't very exhausting because well, it wasn't exactly physical. You had a lot of time to rest between the corners, and the car isn't exactly hard to drive, but at least it was. I hope it was entertaining when we were juggling for position. That 1 minute that we were.
I mean,
In
yeah,
the
from the
in
point
the,
of view, I
like
saw that
120.
Falcon like put out the the signal to like show that it was going to the right. So I feel like he possibly left you through, although I'm not too sure. So
I let you through because I didn't want to fight.
Fair
And
enough.
then you tried to break the draft on the next straight all the time.
Yeah, I didn't
was
know
like,
what you were gonna do.
why? Why?
I just
I'm not
didn't
even
know.
going for it.
well, I mean that's surely something. But let's look at the bright side. I mean, I gotta say, first of all, having to look at through TikTok during the race is surely something new I haven't heard in
I
racing.
was
But
eating my pizza in the straights.
mate, you can't tell me that you were eating pizza on the street and looking at TikTok while racing at 4 minutes and 20s in race pace. Like, what the fuck?
That's
I
how you
was
drive Le
bored.
Mans. That's literally how you drive Le Mans.
I was bored. Okay.
That's amazing, I gotta say. But well,
Literally, the only part where I needed to lock in was the Porsche curves. But
Yeah,
other
you
than
were
that,
fast through there. Like,
yeah, I don't
incredibly
know
fast.
how, but like I was gaining like constantly half a second on you every lap.
Maybe it was set up. I don't know. I'm still
Bro.
planning the depot.
Bro, have you seen my setup?
No, yeah, I have seen your setup, and I decided, what the hell is that? And
Exactly.
understeer.
So, is it set up?
I don't
But
know.
yeah, either way, I want to congratulate Falcon for winning the championship and having a lot of consistency throughout the season. I have to admit that my season wasn't the most consistent for a few rounds, basically because I missed two. Well, I did miss one entirely and DNF'd in another one. The first one because I was literally not home, and the second one because I decided to go eat. But, but yeah, I mean, what could have been, if anything, if you had put 3 times the points, then I would have won. But so.
Yeah.
I mean, to put 3 times the points, I should have made the race longer. But I feel like with the mistake I did with the with the the track limits and everything, I feel like it's better that it was not longer than it is. So
Yeah, fair enough.
so yeah, first of all, once again, I apologize once again for the whole thing with the slowdown because I know how terrible Assetto Corsa default penalties are.
I mean,
Track
it's
limits
fine.
are on the track are pretty not that bad.
Ah, yeah, I mean, surely.
If we had used the other Le Mans port, this would have been actual hell because there the track limits are actually like on the curbs, and you can't go like cut half the corner and still be fine.
Well, I mean, thankfully, at least we managed to have some nice racing, and well, what else
Yeah.
can we say? All things considered, now, which seems really strange to say, but I gotta say that my yes is over. So, so
It is.
yeah,
It is.
we had 6 rounds with the Miatas, with some of the most batshit crazy racing I've ever seen, really. And now that we have, a champion and really 2 very fast drivers who really fought every time they kind of had been on track with each other, which, it's not really, it has not really been a lot, but still, it has happened. And because of that, all I can say is, well, first of all, thankful to both of you for participating in all of this craziness. And second, well, really, it's up to you to tell me what are your feelings about this entire thing.
I mean, it was fun. There were some questionable moments at times, but I never got mad. If I ever got mad, it was probably today in qualifying because of that being in the middle of the weekend.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I was double purple. I was double purple, and it was on an out.
The funny thing is that I saw that live, so you go and look at the live stream, you're gonna see that moment in full HD.
Yeah, and those 3 messages I sent in the chat that you read a bit of time afterwards were like immediately after I fucking stopped on track.
Fantastic.
I need to get my anger out somehow. And I'm sorry if I sounded a bit like cocky when I finished my other lap saying like goal and whatever, but I don't know. I just need to, calm myself down somehow.
Nah, it's racing. I mean, you know how it is. Like sometimes you just get excited for racing, so it's okay when, of course, something doesn't really go as expected, and of course you get a little bit mad. But we're not gonna blame you, of course, for that. So don't worry about that.
If anything, I'm happy there's no hard feelings.
Nah, as you saw, this entire championship has been just like silliness, complete silliness with Miata. So it's okay.
Yeah.
And from your point of view, Falcon, instead, how was all of this really?
Yeah, pretty fun. I wasn't actually going for the win from the start, which you can see from the first few results, where I'm just like middle field somewhere. But yeah, very fun cars, very fun tracks. I feel like Le Mans was actually the best car track combination of all.
Really?
Sport for my liking.
I was not expecting that, but well, I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed that. And yeah, I mean, I tried Le Mans as well with this car, and I enjoyed it. Although I have to say, I'm not as fast as you two. Like the time I tried, I was like in the 23s as a lap time, so it's really not that fast.
I mean, to be fair, in the race we did a couple of days ago, you were, if anything, you were staying ahead of me for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, but if sometimes when I watch the race, I just think, if I were there, where would I finish? And then I look at your lap times and I think, yeah, surely not there. But still, it's interesting to see, and I like that you push these cars to the limit. So it's very nice to see.
You wanna know a fun fact? The person I was in VC with actually told me at one point in the race that you were on board with me doing like a track guide, and that's when I decided that was gonna be the fastest lap.
Yeah. You set a 4:20 lap time. It was the pole position lap time. Yeah. It was like I looked at that fully on board, so nicely on that.
Yep.
Absolutely fantastic. But yeah, what can I say really? Thanks to both of you. And before you go, the only thing I want to say, there's a little bit of a plan I have, but I'm not sure yet, so possibly we'll just discuss it later. Although my yes is over, I have this itch that I want to race with all of you sometimes. So possibly I'll try to see if I can organize a for fun race sometime soon to.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
Yeah.
Important message. We are having problem with opening your stream.
Really? Is it that?
Yeah. I'm gonna stream it to you real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt so abruptly. Sorry for everyone in here doing but it's kind of important. So if you join my stream real quick, you're gonna see that if I click on your live stream, it loads. It doesn't start.
No, this is a bug with you. This is a bug with YouTube. If you reload it, it should work.
Yeah, but
fix this.
Okay,
There you
thanks,
go.
Very
thanks.
important
Yeah,
message.
it's a
We
bug.
are
Which,
fine.
Yeah, we fixed
We
it.
are
You just
fine.
have to refresh. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for disturbing.
yeah, no
See you
problem, no
later.
problem. Yeah, we had a little bit of of a technical
Wow.
distribution, but that's okay. As I was saying before, possibly nothing that's gonna be broadcasted or anything, but I would like possibly to organize a little for fun race just to be able to race with you as well, because I really like these cars and everything. So possibly I'll try to see if in the future we're gonna organize something just on the spot, really nothing serious, but we'll see. It's just an idea I have, but that being said, this is all we have for MYASS for the time being. And for this, I of course thank you for participating. And I'll see you of course soon.
Just one more thing.
Yep.
Before leaving. And I know I'm gonna sound cocky when I say this, and I know I don't want to sound cocky and I want to say anything, but io so io e voi non siete un cazzo.
And with this bombshell from Alex Maggio, we say thank you and goodbye to both of our two favorite drivers, Alex Maggio and Falcon. Bye bye, lads.
Bye.
And so we wait, of course, to hear two other drivers coming to the interview room soon enough. Let's have a look to see who are they gonna be. And the answer is the other podium sitter, Adriet, and his main rival through this race, Tits.
Pombo.
Hello, lads. How are you going?
I mean, I'm fine. This is not that fun.
No,
But
I'm
yeah.
fine. First of all, good race, great race. Very tiring.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit, that was tiring. But no, good race. I was not expecting anything going into this, seeing how I could not, for the life of me, get a quali lap in, and I was starting P10, but I got the start of a lifetime and passed 3 people on just the jump. So that's something.
So
And
before we go ahead with the interview, I just wanted to say something which I noticed earlier in the race, and then of course I want to tell you. I want to genuinely apologize for the track limits penalties, because generally that was not planned.
oh, we thought
I
it
think-
was.
No, it
I
was.
feel that
It
The very
absolutely.
wide track limits.
It absolutely was not. So that's on my side, because as soon as I noticed, I literally wanted to punch myself, because I didn't really want to put them, because I know how harsh Assetto Corsa default penalties are. So when I saw that, I was like, oh no, here's why they're slowing down, man. So yeah,
I'm pretty sure that kinda worked against me forever and Thomas a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that the end results wouldn't change. Maybe Thomas would have jumped Hackbuster. I don't know if he finished ahead of Hackbuster at the end. But
I
still,
mean, the only thing is that it would have probably have better wheel-to-wheel racing, because of course it's very easy to go out of the track while wheel-to-wheel, which is something that can happen. So I wouldn't really have had many issues. But sadly, I possibly didn't see the option being turned on when I set up the server, so my bad on that. So yeah, I wholeheartedly
okay.
apologize for that, which I know has been quite a frustrating experience.
I mean,
I
life
feel
is a
that-
race, and in every race there's more room for more frustrating experience.
Yeah,
I
pretty
feel
much.
that the penalties helped me, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, surely for
I was pretty much very clean throughout the whole race, and it got me into clean air in the early laps after forever crashing into me and Hatwa.
Yeah, but on a side note, I actually have to compliment you, because I didn't think a two-stopper was actually possible, but you actually made that work quite well.
Yeah,
He did.
without tire
He
chains
did
as well.
more. He didn't change the tires.
Yeah, that's another thing I kind of noticed, because I was like, it did very fast stops, and that worked very well, I gotta say. So really, as I called you during the race, the Phantom Menace, because no one could see you coming, but you were there, and you were quite the menacing top
trust
for
me.
the podium.
No, trust me. I was aware. I spent the entire race worrying about him.
Yeah.
I was on a 3-stopper, he was on a 2-stopper, and I was convinced that he had changed the tires on his second stop, and I could not for the life of me understand why he was so close to me. And after my pit, I did get... No, after he pitted, I was ahead of him about 6 seconds, but I lost the car, and he got to me, so we did a bit of wheel-to-wheel fighting. But I think that plus hairpin I had, I lost around 15 seconds on him, but I still wouldn't have been able to catch him. Maybe if the Assetto Corsa didn't decide to stop braking on the like penultimate lap for me, and I just went super wide on the hairpin after Mulsanne, maybe we could have had a fight for the end. But yeah, it
I
happens.
don't think you were that close. Yeah. I was still lapping on 26, 27.
Around the end, Falcon was reporting you were around the 30s.
Yeah, I had a mistake as
moment.
well.
Oh, okay.
It was not me worrying about fuel. It was me going wide
Oh,
and
okay.
touching the gravel.
No, I mean, I'm not saying you were slow by any means. You were fast.
Yeah,
and
but
you
I mean,
deserved this
I
podium.
wasn't saving like Falcon seemed to.
Yeah, what I want to say is just that without the mistakes, I would, instead of being around 20 seconds behind you, I would have been around 10.
I was not
I
expecting
was lapping
a podium.
around
I was
23,
expecting
24, so I could have got you at the end. But yeah, still GG's. It was a great race, and it kept me waking up. Like, I was afraid of falling asleep, but I managed to stay on. So great race.
Yeah, as I said, 2 hours of racing can be very tough, and you know, I'm quite thankful that it was 2 hours and not 2 hours and 40 minutes, because Jesus Christ, that would have been terrible, really. But at the same,
would have made it a 5-stopper probably, or a 4 or a 5-stopper.
Yeah, it would have been quite longer. But at the same time, it's nice to see that there were different strategies from all drivers. Some of that worked very well.
Before the changes, I was still doing a 2-stop without tire change.
But
just
still,
with a second less in pace.
But still, you managed to pull out a very nice race, a quiet one, but possibly the best race you could have hoped for, you know, away from chaos and everything.
It's all I wanted, like clean air the whole race, just doing my times.
The only time where you didn't have clean air was when we actually ended up with fighting wheel to wheel. But I noticed that after repassing you, I started gapping you. Maybe you were saving fuel, probably because you had to save a whole lap of fuel.
You are overestimating me. I was not that fast, even without saving fuel.
Yeah, I had more pace than you, but still, you were more consistent.
Like
that probably your best trait was the consistency you had.
Yeah, I was lapping 26.
I had a time around, I think, my second and third stint where I was like doing 24, 24, 23, 24, 24, 23, 23. I had a couple of laps where I could have gone for a 22, but I never found the extra edge. But the only thing I'm very, very sad for is that once again, due to my game issues, I was not able to enjoy the night time. But
I mean, it's okay. Don't worry about that too much. I mean, we forced the headlights on for a reason. So for that exact reason, we were able to see you through the night, which is of course the main thing.
I was able to pop them. I was able to pop them on my part, but I don't know if you forced them only on your side.
I don't know. I saw you with them on, so through the night, of course, was very, very, you know, easy to see you, of course, compared to the last time.
Yeah. So, yeah, anyways, GG's. I wanted to say something, but I probably forgot.
Well, I mean, I can make the same discourse I did with Falcon and Alex, which is, of course, the fact after 6 grilling rounds full of action, crashes and everything, I don't know how to say this, but MYASS is over, so we are here after this entire thing, which I really could have not expected that would have happened in the first place, but somehow we made it work. And with that being said, well, what can we say? I mean, I can say whatever I want for the epilogue, but I would like to keep the words for the drivers to, I don't know, say really whatever they want about this championship or just what they thought about this entire thing. So, lads, you are the protagonist of this one, so up to you to tell us what this has been for you.
You go, Adrian. I can wait.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for this opportunity. Like I said to you when I joined, I've never been in online racing before. So I always wanted to do something like this, and I feel like I got what I wanted.
Mate, if this is your first experience,
yes.
Holy damn!
Yes,
wow.
I like racing games, but I've never raced online.
You should try more. You're good.
Yeah. I mean, it was with a controller. I have a starter wheel, but I don't have the setup right now for it, since I moved house. So okay. I did with a controller, and I feel it's so you have to be so precise on the damn controller. Like to do
Yeah.
little turns and just not to, when you're fighting with someone, to correct stuff, and it's so hard on the controller.
I trust
Like,
me, I
you
know.
overcorrect everything. Like there's no middle ground.
Trust me, I absolutely
yeah.
know the feeling. But you did a fantastic job, I gotta say.
Yeah, and like I love strategizing and stuff. I love way more the endurance races because of that.
Yeah, you
British
perform very
just
good
go
in the
fast and
endurances.
stuff. Yeah. In Sebring, it was just inexperience on my part. I lost the car 20 times. But
It
yeah,
happens.
I enjoy the thinking about how to go faster, 2-stop, 3-stop. I did the race simulation for both, and I'm faster on the 2-stop.
Damn, that's
But,
great, great on your side.
Well, I mean, for me, it's not
Like,
quite the news
my
because
best lap ever was the qualifying lap, and it was the first lap I did. Like I couldn't even go faster the whole hour.
the funny thing is that the entire strategy from Iterative was a little bit known from my side because we had a little bit of a
Yeah.
discussion about it, but I didn't really spoil to anyone what you had in mind.
Yeah,
so-
because I had already made my calculations and stuff, and then he changed the tires and the fuel, so I had to do another 2-hour test.
Actually, I have just one question. Just to be sure, would have you been able to make another lap with the fuel you had?
No,
Okay.
I had nothing.
Okay, then you have to
Yeah,
thank
Maggio
Maggio.
saved them.
You have to thank Maggio
Yeah,
because
yeah,
Maggio
yeah,
has
I
like
know,
10
I know.
seconds left and decides not to to go for
Because
another lap.
he told us he was out of fuel as well, so he couldn't
Ah,
have done
okay,
another
okay,
one.
makes sense.
That's what he told us. I was so mad because with that extra lap I could have gotten a podium. But yeah,
Diabolical stuff, I gotta say.
yeah.
Yeah, he's so fast.
Yeah.
I never thought that 28 laps was possible, to be honest.
Well, me neither, but here we are. Somehow it was possible.
Here we are. Yeah. If I may,
Yeah,
what
sure.
I want to say is this has been a great championship all in all. Not really much to say. It was way. I took it quite seriously. I was very invested in it and I wanted to do good, but it was a great championship. It was actually way more chill than some of the things we do. And you really, really saved the downtown winter campaign because we are just about to start the championship. So there was nothing for months, and MYASS really, really saved January and February. So thank you a lot for hosting it. You helped us a lot, and it was great fun to race in it. I'm happy that you decided to live stream it because now I can come back and see the races because they were genuinely a lot of fun. Thanks for the practice races. They were amazing, and yeah, I'm just very, very happy and very, very thankful because ever since you joined Downtown, you've done nothing but good for this community, and I'm very, very thankful to have you here.
Well, thank to both of you, of course, for participating in all of this. And well, before letting you go away, there's just one thing that I told also the two guys before and want to tell you as well. Every time I watched the race, I was itching to know where I would have ended in a similar race in similar situations because, of course, by organizing this whole thing, I had to run myself some test races as well, and I kind of know what kind of performance I can pull out. But all the time, I just look at you and at you all and say, damn, I don't know if I could be faster there or could be there and where would I finish or everything. So because of this, although there's nothing of course official or anything like this entire event, like it's not gonna be, hey, this day we're gonna do a race like this once again or anything, I was thinking possibly at organizing a just for fun race, possibly not like these ones, like seriously, especially because now with new championships I can't really go whatever day I go, whatever they want, but I wanted to make an extra race, not televised or anything, just to be able to race with you all. So possibly in the future we'll just make an announcement to decide all together what track and what kind of race to do, and if you will be present for that, I'm gonna be more than glad because I really want to to be able to see what kind of silly stuff we can make for that possible extra round. So yeah, that's the silly idea we're having, but that being said, yeah, for now, this is all for MYASS. That's all false, as they say. And once again, thank you for participating in this crazy racing event.
Thank you for hosting.
No problem.
Thank you for having me.
All right, I'm gonna shove the other guys in here against their will.
Okay. Thank you all.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Good night.
Have a good night. And so, those were Adred and Tits. And now we wait, of course, for new entries for this interview room, which are gonna be. Let's have a look. Who's gonna be now? I don't know. Oh, there we go. We got 1 and 2. We got Hackbuster, and Thomas is ready. Hello, lads. How you doing?
Hello. Doing well.
Oh, yes, just a little bit tired, but
I mean, that's
Generally well.
fully understandable after 2+ hours of racing. And what can I say? You two have been protagonists of some interesting battles in the late half of the race, I gotta say. And as I was saying to all the guys before you, I'm gonna do this as well too. I want to apologize for the track limits penalties that the game give you, because that was not planned on my side, and I simply forgot that in the server configurations. So if you had to slow down because of track limits, that's on me, because that was not what I wanted to get on the server. So I apologize for the suffering.
It was fine, it was fine.
you blame yourself. I blame skill issues. So
I mean, I still apologize because, of course, I know that it was suffering from from the driver's point of view. I would
yeah,
have
it was
never loved this.
different than usual, but also let's focus on the clean driving.
I mean, that's on the good side. And yeah, that being said, I have something to say, and I'm gonna start with one question, because there's something I saw in this race that I wanted to ask, and this, Thomas, did you run
Yes.
the fuel calculations during the race, or did you have some issues with that?
Assetto Corsa lied to me.
Okay.
It's like I was supposed to run out of fuel at the Porsche curves and then be able to just roll. Like I want, like, okay, so with a normal lap with normal Lico, I would have finished my fuel at the Porsche curves about on the start of the downhill part, which meant that with a little bit more extreme Lico, I would have been able to maybe get until the pit lane entry and then just roll to the end, and that would have saved me the pit stop and maybe possibly have gained me another position. But AC just lied to me. Even though I lifted twice more than the previous lap, I finished my fuel with like 4 corners of advance. So yeah, I pretty much had to roll from the beginning of the Porsche curves, uphill, downhill, and I basically entered the pits at 26 kilometers an hour.
Yep.
So what I ended up doing was wait for the for the start-finish line. I crossed it and then I teleported to pits, because otherwise I would have lost another like 40 seconds rolling at 5 kilometers an hour to my pit box.
Yeah, that's what I saw in live, but like it was absolutely cruel to watch, because I was looking at your race and then I saw the delta go up and I saw you literally lifting and coasting to that point, and I was, oh no, I know what happened, but
Like,
that's harsh.
It wasn't a mistake in calculation. Like, if AC didn't lie to me, it would have been close. It would have been maybe unorthodox, but I would have easily done it.
But sadly, it did lie.
Sadly, AC lied. So in the end, I was still able to overtake Akbuster, gain back the 10 seconds because he was doing extremely eco at the end. Unfortunately, got very unlucky with Alex Maggio not doing the extra lap.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it would have changed much, as Adrid was like 66 seconds ahead, and I don't think even a pit stop with tires would have changed that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to consider that Adred had the strategy, a 2-stopper, instead of the 3-stopper of most of the grid. And yeah, what else can we say? Also, Maggio didn't really want to go for another lap as well, mainly because he wasn't, he didn't really have the
He
fuel
didn't
to
have
do.
enough fuel.
Yeah,
Yeah, he didn't
so-
have enough fuel, he said.
So yeah,
I also wanted to do a two-stopper, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. So
yeah. I mean, looking at that, I could tell that you were going for a two-stopper because you were like going extremely long on the stint. But as I said, sadly that kind of bite back on some point. So yeah, sad ending, but still you managed to recover up to P5. So all in all, I think it was a nice result as
Yeah, it
a,
was
as a
alright.
recovery. And the other protagonist, of course, of this battle is here in this chat and is Hackbuster. So, mate, how was it that your race from your point of view?
Well, it started interesting because in one of the first games, the first straight chicane, I got whacked quite a bit. I didn't lose much time, thankfully, from that. But then it was just rather cruising through Le Mans for several laps and just decided for the strategy that was kind of longer first stint and then just top up the fuel until halfway to the race. So just kind of both stints, like both tires got equal usage. Other than that, I had some fights with Dart, some with Thomas. Thomas said I was doing extremely good, but that was not by my decision. But generally, I'm really happy with the result and that I just lasted for those 2 hours. I'm generally interested more in endurance later in like my sim racing career, I guess. So I am really enjoying those endurance races.
Well, that is nice to hear. Of course, many people. I mean, usually when you see how many people there are in endurance races and sprint races, you usually think that people like endurance sprints a little bit more. I personally like endurance more. It's more the strategic side of views that point of view that makes, in my opinion, racing more interesting. But yeah, in a 2 hours event like this, sometimes you just have to be proud to have managed to reach the finish line, which is nothing that you can do as easily as you may think. So that being said, yeah, very nice result from your point of view as well, and also the nice battle you had with Das. I think Forever also was in a little bit in this, and of course with Thomas. So all things considered, I think you gave us quite a show and quite a nice race to watch during these 2 hours.
Yeah, thank you.
So for this, of course, as I said before, with all the other drivers, MYASS somehow is finally over. We are at the end of this 6-round championship, which showed us all kind of racing, which has been both chaotic, calculated, and thrilling, exciting, and devastating, and full of tears. But because of this, I feel like I'm happy with what we managed to do, and I wanted, of course, to thank you for participating in this championship with this silly ideas of mine, which has been, of course, this MYATA's championship. And with that being said, the last thing I want to say, of course, is, well, if you have anything to say about the championship, this is the right time, because otherwise there's not gonna be more rounds officially, let's say, for the time being.
Well, I would like to thank you for hosting this, for commentating every race for like hours at a time. This time for like over 3 hours. So that's kind of sick.
Yeah.
And yeah, I had a lot of fun. Met some really cool people here. So yeah, really appreciate it.
Alrighty, thank you. And how about you, Hack?
Yeah, thank you as well. Thank you for the commentary that I was able to watch when I wasn't racing. For all the pain, the throat that you made from screaming from action in the races. And yeah, I don't know. Thank you.
Alright, and last thing, of course, before I let you, of course, go to get some rightfully deserved rest, is that, although MYASS is over, although we won't have on any more official races, I want to deny with you that I had a little bit of an itch while watching the races, because I was thinking, like, damn, they go very fast, but, testing myself, I know what kind of pace I have, and I always wonder, where would I finish in such a chaos? So likely one thing I would possibly do in the next few days is possibly ask like, hey, what kind of track would you like to have for a next round or something, just to make for fun, just because I wanted to try and race with you all together for myself, so just to have something else to do. Of course it's not gonna be anything official or anything to of, let's say, formal like we did so far, but it's just a silly idea I wanted to make. So possibly in the next few days I may just try and brainstorm some possible race ideas there in the channel. But that being said, yeah, I guess this is pretty much over for MYASS, and if you want to participate in that possible extra thing we're gonna make, you're more than welcome, but it's nothing, of course, mandatory, let's say. So as long as you're fun, that's all that matters, really, yeah. And yeah,
Sounds great.
that being
Looking
said,
forward to it.
okay, okay, fantastic. And that being said, yeah, what can I say? Thank you for participating in this craziness, and I hope to see you soon in possibly next racing events.
All right.
Alrighty,
See ya.
see ya.
So yeah.
Thank you.
Bye
Bye bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
And so we take Buster, and of course Thomas out of the picture. We wait for two other persons, which are of course two other protagonists we had in battles, in wheel battles in this race, which have been Dots and Forever.
My shoulder hurts.
Yeah, which is completely understandable. So, where do we start? Where do we start? It has been a long race, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So yeah, actually, I know where to start. I said this to every single driver before. I'm gonna say this one to you too, lads. I am absolutely sorry, like 100% sorry for the penalties in
Yeah,
this race, because they
no,
were
no
not
worry.
planned at all.
You aren't. You aren't.
If they were planned, I will mold it out like crazy on you.
No, they were absolutely not bloody planned.
I thought so, but because you told me a lot that the penalty system of Assetto Corsa is pure pain, so
Yeah, no,
I
I actually
seconded.
felt bad for you
They
because
were
at first I was wondering why you were all like slowing down after corner cuts and everything. Then after a while, I had a little bit of a suspicion, and then I checked on the server and it was like, oh no. So yeah, you get what happened.
Well, at least he managed to keep Falcon from not getting into the 419s, because otherwise it would have been trouble.
I mean,
Real
it
trouble.
would have been funny though. That would have been, has to be said. But
Yeah.
yeah, I apologize because I know how painful it is to get just a little bit of a track limit, and the game says, "Hey, slow down, you fucking no, please."
I'm happy that I was able to have a fight at least.
Man, you had one
Yeah.
hell of a fight, I gotta say, with
Yeah.
both Buster and Thomas.
That was very fun, and I hoped I could finish above Buster, but I just how to say it? I didn't clutch it, so I got nervous. I lost positions, penalties, and the grade of the tires was really high, really impactful.
Well, I mean, if I gotta be honest, from my point of view, I don't think that it was mainly due to your driving the reason you lost the fight to Akbuster, but it's mainly because of due to the strategy you ended up in that fight with Forever, and then of course Thomas as well, which ended up slowing you down enough to allow Hack to then exit the pit lane ahead, which was the nail in the coffin, really.
Yeah.
But that being said, look at the bright
This
side.
was unlucky.
Look at the bright side. We were missing a lot of, action due to the whole penalties thingy, and you gave quite a lot of action to look at during the stream. So
Yeah.
you were quite the
I'm
protagonist.
happy for that.
You had the main character energy that this race has needed. So that's the best thing we could have hoped for. But yeah, that being said, let's also talk about that battle. So you had Forever on one side and we had Dots on the other, which at some point during the last part of the race found each other on the same piece of tarmac fighting for something. So how do you describe this battle?
We were like fighting for thin air because
Yeah.
I still had to do the fourth pit stop for fuel while he was fighting with Thomas. So I actually got caught in the middle, and yeah, some shenanigans happened, but just because I ran around the circuit completely alone for 2 hours, so I just wanted to
Yeah,
do
when-
something, and then yeah.
When you
go on to
surpassed me,
shit.
I was like, please don't have more pace than me because I'm gonna crash out. Because I knew
Yeah.
you had still to pit stop, and I was like, no, please. But it happens. So
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
There is
I'm just confused because in the practices I was doing like 426, 425s. I was really happy about it because it was pretty consistent with the others. And then I started to do like a clockwork timing, like ultra precise 28s and 30s. Yeah, maybe it was the added fuel, but still.
we were all like 2
was
seconds
really
lower,
weird.
so I think that
Yeah.
was normal.
Yeah. And so
Maybe in practice there was a lot of tailwind.
Maybe. No, actually, in practice, there was zero wind. It was deactivated while during the race, the wind was against us. And so probably
That's it.
it did. Yeah, probably, yes. But yeah, I mean, it's a big circuit with 10 people. You don't really have much to do if there are very spread skill level along the people. But yeah, I mean, it was nice. It was chill. It was very chill. Yeah.
By the way, at
to
the
be
start
said.
of the race, I said, guys, is it possible to do a true stop?
the foreshadowing for some of the races, yeah. Well, I mean, Thomas tried, had a little bit of a big issue from his side, and
Yeah.
Adrian instead managed to do that. He managed to do a two-stopper, and thanks to that, he managed to finish P3, so amazing from him, of course, and yeah, I didn't think that was possible, but it was, quite clearly.
Mhm. Yeah,
But-
definitely.
But yeah, that being said, what can I say? Well, first of all, MYASS is over. That's something we can truly say with 100% confidence. And first of all, of course, I want to thank both of you for participating. Well, that's for participating in every
Thanks.
single round, and forever also for hosting the server, because of course, otherwise, I know that I can host the server, but I don't think it would have been as greatly organized as this. Although, of course, I kind of fucked up the penalty thingy, but that's okay. And yeah, I mean, thank to both of you. That's all I can say, really.
Thank to you because you hosted and commentated it, so
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. And the last two
No, I-
things. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go first.
No. I just pretty much the same that said that's said. Just yeah, actually it was good because I didn't touch the wheel for the entire summer, so, and maybe even more. So your event was a lucky happening in my in this year because I otherwise I wouldn't have done nothing, and luckily enough he wasn't on the same GT3s or stuff like that. I like the fact that we had some wacky shit to drive. I mean, I would have preferred a car with a little bit more of downforce, but whatever. But yeah, I mean,
We will
I
get
really
down
enjoyed
for
it
we will get down for
overall.
someday.
I mean, like the Miata is so light that on certain corners you can kinda only lift and rely only on mechanical grip like the Porsche. The Porsche was the best corner for me because it was really fun to drive.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's...
Because you could do it like a literal downforce car, so it was really fun.
Well, that's of course fantastic to hear. But also, one last thing I wanted to add is that although MYASS is over, so, you know, as sadly as this may sound for some, or as happily as this may sound for some, this means that these Miatas won't be touched for a very long time. There's still one more thing that I had in mind, which is of course possibly to do a one for fun race, where it's not gonna be broadcasted or anything, it's just because I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Every time I had to comment the race and watch them, it was like, yeah, I know what kind of pace I have, but I just wonder where I would end up in such races. So I just wanted to possibly organize an event, just once. Nothing of course too serious, just to see, have the possibility to race with you guys and just have one last goodbyes to this car in a cool manner, and also to give maybe opportunities to other people who didn't really have the way to join this championship to maybe have a race there. So yeah, possibly in the next days I will just ask stuff like, hey, if you want to have an extra race, where, how do you want the race, and so on. So possibly we'll organize something, but of course it's nothing too serious. So if you want to participate, you are welcome, of course, and if that's ever gonna happen, of course. And with that in mind, yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say. Maybe just one more thing is that I have the championship standings, and all I can say is that forever you finished in, let me check, 10th with 49 points, and thus you finished P6 in the championship, right behind Thomas is ready.
Yeah.
So...
And very close to Ajid.
Yep, actually you are ahead. You are ahead of him by
Yeah.
just 2 points, so absolutely fantastic job. And yeah, what can I say? Thanks to you, thanks to both of you, and see you soon, likely.
Yeah,
Bye.
fair. See ya.
Okie dokie, bye bye. And so, I think we are good, likely. I'm not sure. I think we interviewed almost everyone. There's also another person who maybe wanted to be interviewed, but I'm not sure if he wants or if he has anything really to say, but I kinda hope he does, because he's a fun little fella if he is, but let's wait and see if maybe we get the famous Italian voice we already know of, Tits, joining this server here in the interview rooms, or we just get abandoned to our destinies once again. Either way, as there's still one thing I wanted of course to do, but I just have to wait and see. I just wonder, I don't see anyone joining, so maybe, just maybe, we are alone in this, just as we are alone in our lives and in our universe. But that doesn't matter. There's a chat here. Okay, they're asking me one thing, let me just answer real quick. Okay, just answering real quick. So, I'm gonna exit the interview room to avoid getting interrupted for the time being. And I'm gonna leave the stream go for a little bit of a while here in the background. Because as Sakurai would say during the famous, Smash streams where he announces characters, it was nice to show you all of this, but there's one more thing I wanted to show you. I mean, it's not from my point of view, but it's from someone you may know, actually, who decided to give us a little peek of what's coming in the Downtown server, which is actually, once again, well, guess who forgot to send the invite once again? Of course me. And guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send it now, so if you're watching this stream right now, or if you're rewatching it later on, well, if you want the invite, don't forget to actually search for the Downtown server YouTube channel, or just all the stuff, of course, around. Or if it's still valid, this is the invite, of course, to Downtown. But the main thing, I wanted to show you what is awaiting us, of course, for the future, let's say, of this. So let me just do stuff with OBS, which I'm not really too familiar with, but I'm gonna likely make this work. Let me just search real quick. Where is it? Yeah, I'm making a little bit of a mess, but trust me, it's gonna be worth. Hopefully. It's not this one. Oh wait, I actually know why you can't see this. So yeah, give me a moment. Give me a moment, lads. I swear it's gonna be worth it. I swear. I know it sounds like the most silly thing ever, but I swear it is. Okay. So Let me just try and show it this time. Why cannot see that? Come on, show me the thingy. I will make it somehow, not it like this. Okay, OBS is funny, as you may see. As you can hear from my struggling with the technicalities of this thing. So let's try with this, maybe. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay, I managed to put it on stream, finally. I mean, it's not the best thing ever, but it's gonna work. So I'm gonna put it on the center, put the game away, and actually close it, because we don't want any other sound. And with this all, I'm gonna leave you with just this. Yep, it wasn't really as centered as I may have liked, so I apologize of course for that. But yeah, the RSC is coming once again in the future. I'm gonna go back into the interviews room just in case someone wants to join. It's coming back in the future, and of course, downtown is open for business, just like MYASS. I mean, not like my. Well, I mean, you got the point, but that's not the main thing. The main thing I want to say, of course, is that yeah, with that teaser, we know that the season 2 of MYASS is coming. I cannot really stress this enough. The season 2 of, actually, let me just put something on stream. Yeah, let's just give it this one. The season 2 of DRSC is coming, and of course, all of you are invited, and I'm meaning all of you, all 180 of you, because of course in racing we can have 100 and something people on the racetrack. Isn't that true?
Max,
Yes,
I'm
it's
sorry,
tell me.
I'm sorry. I have to sadly inform you that our budget has been cut. The max number of people we can host is about the parking spots we have in a Lidl, and the Lidl in Raceway still hasn't been built yet. So yeah, we're gonna have around 30 people.
Oh,
Max.
so I see. As well, I mean, some of you may die, of course, but that's something we are expected to do. But that's okay. That's okay. I mean, it's nothing too bad. But yeah, I mean, now jokes aside, yeah, we got the RC2 coming. We got many races coming. This time I won't be racing, sadly for you all, but very likely I will be in the commentary team here with Tits, this guy here, of course, in the interview room as well. So expect more commentary from my point of view, which I don't know really if it's been good in MYASS or not, but hopefully it's been entertaining enough. And yeah, it's over. It's over. MYASS is over. I mean, the championship is over. Not my. Well, I mean, you get the point. And that being said, as it's over, as we are finally at the sunsetting of this entire thing, Tits, how should we end this one? And with this, well, I would like to say words of wisdom, but more than words is like, I don't know, onomatopoeia of wisdom, let's say. We shall say goodbye and good night to all the people who have watched this 4 hour and something stream with us. Thank you, and have a good night.